Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sicily. How are you, James?
I'm very good, thank you, Frank. It's a nice sunny morning here in Sicily. Just watching the tail end of the modified practice final going around. Got Michael Lawski leading it from Mark Reinhardt currently.
And this is just practice before anybody starts freaking out thinking, what are they doing on the track already? I'm not ready. I don't have my coffee or my espresso or my cornetto or any of the other lovely Italian goods that we've been sampling this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. So just a practice final, just opportunity for everybody to get their eye in, wake themselves up, get a bit of a feeling for what they've got underneath them. First time we've seen grid starts as well, so a bit of an opportunity to see exactly how that plays out.
Yeah, I noticed they moved actually the pole position. It's not perpendicular to the parallel with all the other ones.
No, it's angled in slightly.
It angles it, yeah.
So
and we have the section chairman watching that first corner very, very intently on all the classes. This is the last of the 3A final practices. So he's been sat at that corner in the marshal position, watching, making sure people have clean starts and it's not too crazy.
Yep, so about 4 minutes till the start of racing action for the day. So what we have for you here on RCTV this morning with this EFRA 112th Euros 2024 in conjunction with ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobby Wing. We will have 2 rounds of finals and then we have a lunch break and then we've got the finals.
The finals.
Indeed.
It's the finals. Oh.
Well, we are in Europe. No, that's
yeah.
But it's early for that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, just getting ready. A little bit of a shakedown. Give everybody an opportunity to get out there, pump in some laps. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RCTV for the day. Don't forget, if you're watching us on YouTube, to subscribe to the channel. Give us a follow on Facebook. You can also join the RC Racing TV group on Facebook and become an RCTV hero.
Please become a hero. Yes,
we
do welcome all our heroes and thank all our viewers, but especially our heroes. So I'm not sure the name. I'm not a god, but I'm bloody ghost. Hello, fellas. It's a very long and interesting username.
Absolutely.
So we're trying a new view for our interview camera because it's not being used all day for interviews. So we've got a slightly different view showing the entry and exit area of the rostrum. And obviously that's a set-down area and collection area for the cars as well.
So that'll be where the fist fights take place later.
The discussions as they're coming down the stairs there.
A little bit of pugilism going on as drivers come down the rostrum.
And so...
Not too standard. There's a yawning Dominic Vogel watching Mark Reinhardt's car circulate. Mark looking like he's got a very, very fast car this weekend. Came together a bit late for him.
Very interesting that he kind of exploded very late in the day, sort of.
Yep, won round 4, could have won round 5 maybe, won round 6, but starting 4th on the grid, so it's going to have a few. It'll be a little bit difficult for him to catch up to. Be a little bit difficult for him to catch up to Michael Lawski, but Michael out there leading this practice final from Mark Reinhardt.
Which is just finished.
It has. See all the drivers making their way down the steps off of the rostrum. So Michael Lawski from Mark Reinhardt from Alex Hagberg.
You see a few drivers pulled off there. So either they happy with their settings or very, very unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, practice finals are a funny thing. There's potentially a bit of a hoodoo attached to them. People not liking winning practice finals sometimes. But
Yeah, I don't see I'd really subscribe to that, but whatever. I mean it's better that they have a practice or they have the opportunity to practice than have an entire round of a very short round for everybody where they're running like 3-minute runs instead of 8-minute runs or something like that, just to clean up the track. But
yeah.
so the track is cleaned up. Everyone can see how the grid starts are going to work. The section chairman, the officials are happy, and yeah, that's basically it.
So we're going to have 6 cars taking place in the Spec E final, just about to go out. Alessandro Calarese, Nigel Bowen, Gianluca Lino, Francesco Salva, Gianfranco Di Giovanni, and Antonio De Guaco. So 5 Italians and 1 Brit.
Yeah, good luck.
Nigel Bowen starting second, but I don't know if there'll be any sort of locals ganging up on him.
Probably not. Everyone here has been really great and friendly for us, so especially the patisserie lady, or pasticceria lady. Very very lovely. I'm going on about the Pacers again, aren't I?
It's with reason, with good reason. Good.
So just so everyone knows who's watching live, we are in Central European time. So at 9:28 is the first of the Spec A finals. That's the Spec A1. The Mod A1 goes off, is scheduled for 10:27. And then there's a few minutes break, and then we go back into the Spec E. The second Spec A is at 11:48. And the second Mod A is at 12:47. These are scheduled times. Probably been running like 3 to 5 minutes late, roughly. But that's when you should be ready to watch. If that's all you're here for, we understand. That's where the fastest guys are. So that's when you can mark those times down next to your tablet or phone or computer or whatever you're watching us on. And in between those, we have the LC finals, which we're just going to go to static camera for because it is like 99% locals. Well, it'll maybe be interesting to see what they do with the tires after watching the winner of the practice final.
I think Michael Milanovic might become universally hated amongst LC racing runners. He noticed the cars were traction rolling a bit yesterday, so he tried super gluing his sidewalls, and his car looked very, very planted in the practice final. He won the practice final, so he's probably now condemned everyone running that class to a life of super gluing.
Or introduce them to here's how we do it in the European Championship. It's an invitational class. There are 14 scale touring cars based on RTR buggies, and it's just a fun class to help space out, give the local racers who don't race 12th scale something to race basically during the European Championship weekend.
Absolutely, yes. So seeing quite low sun at the moment. You can see straight across the centre of the stream as well. That will disappear sort of by mid-morning. That moved through fairly quickly yesterday.
There's our drivers in this one. As you can see,
so
all Italians except for just the one Brit. And in the next one, I think it's all Italians except for, is Philip Hoodie running in the A?
He's in the B final in LC. Philip Huddy is.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I'm getting my classes mixed up already.
So Philip running in the LC racing class, but no, there's a bunch of Brits actually in the D final, including a great performance from Freddie Parker. He's put himself there and had a really good couple of runs come together yesterday for Freddie. Once his dad stopped putting him down and his brother started putting his car down instead. So Lewis has become Freddie's good luck charm. Cars forming up on the grid. So only 6 cars in this E-final. All 6 of them going to take the start. Alessandro Calarese going to lead away. There we go. As Frank was saying, angled.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Off the line, slow start from Nigel Bowen. Lets Calarese dive into the start, but Nigel now looking quite racy through that first series of corners as they come out to the main straight. Calarese, the orangey black coloured car. Nigel Bowen, the sort of yellow coloured car just in the back of you shot. Will stick with his lead battle as they float out down the main straight for the third time. Nigel bins it over the barrier. Ended up with a folded body shell, so all the way down to the tail of the field for Nigel Bowen from second on the grid. That is the car 4 then of Francesco Salva up into second position. Starting to look like he's going to apply some pressure. Calarese still leading out in front of this one. Down the main straight. Got about 2/3 of the length of the straight as a lead at the moment. Just watch the car as he flicks through the series of chicanes out onto the main straight, down over the bumps at the end of the straight. Just trying to keep the rear tyres alive for 8 minutes, proving quite a challenge for some of these guys. Nigel Bowen's got himself back up into third position after his earlier travails. Alessandro Calarese, though, we are running with our leader. Still got a fairly decent gap, and just seeing out the corner of my eye, second place man has been collected. So huge lead for Alessandro Calarese. Now best lap of an 11.625. There's only 3 drivers gone sub 12 seconds in this one on a best lap. So about a 5-second lead for the car that we're following at the moment. It has a bit of a hairy moment through some traffic. Gets it slightly wrong off the end of the main straight, a little bit of curb hopping. Evil Beetle Custom says hello. He got to race against Joel Johnson once. That's pretty old school. Last time I raced a pan car, it was 4-cell 12 scale with brushed motors. So yes, very slightly different now. Quite a lot more power available for the entire duration of the run. It's not a sort of power management class anymore. It's a flat-out blast for 8 minutes. We're still running with the lead car of Alessandro Calarese. Heads down the main straight a further time. Everybody fairly evenly spaced. There's no real close battles going on. It's about a 5-second lead for Alessandro we're running with at the minute. Will become a bit more frantic when we move to 10-car finals. Some closer battles going on. Little bit of over-rotation there on the exit of the chicane for Alessandro. Just bounced it into the barrier. It's all right. He's got that 5 seconds in his pocket. Slightly wayward line through the chicane again. Battle for second looks like it might be closing up. That's the all-white car on the main straight. Let's see if we can pick him up, because that car giving chase is Nigel Bowen. And in fact, I think Nigel Bowen's just popped himself up into second position, quite possibly. We are following the third place car, indeed. That is the yellow, well, if we pick up the yellow car, number 2 car of Nigel Bowen. Nigel running in third position. Our second place man is the white and red coloured car on the main straight now. Let's pick him up. So this Francesco Salva. 12.9 last time round for him. So it started 4th on the grid. currently running in second position. (12-1) last time round against a 12-4 for the leader, Alessandro Calarese. Gap between them just under 3 seconds with 3 minutes remaining. Calarese looking for a lights to flag win, if he can take that. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here this morning on RCTV. We're bringing you live coverage all day of the finals day for the EFRA 1/12 Euros 2024 in conjunction with our event sponsors ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. Running with second place man Francesco Salva, sorry. Alessandro Calarese is still leading this one and starting to edge away. Currently the only driver predicting a 40-lap run. Let's see if we can pick up the one car with less than 2 minutes to go. He is the car just moving through the centre of the track. We've got him on screen. Now remember, this sunlight that you're currently seeing on the screen, this will disappear over the course of the morning. And a mistake there from the leader. That's allowed second place man to get fairly close. He's going to be less than a second behind now. So having led lights to flag, that was a big mistake from the leader. He's just about hung on to it. Obviously, overall times don't matter too much in the finals. Got three-legged finals. Doesn't mean that you're tied to the driver next to you. It just means you have your best two scores from 3 finals. Aim is going to be a couple of wins. Get that done. Some drivers will be looking to do that before lunch. So 40 seconds left. Calarese down the main straight, being chased now by Francesco Salva. And it's going to be tight right at the end here. There is less than half a second between them as they come out onto the main straight one more time. Just watching, that's a little bit sketchy through the chicane. This is the lead battle that we're watching with less than 30 seconds to go. Calarese might be ruining that mistake. Francesco Salva can sniff blood. There's another small mistake there, bouncing over the curb. Last 10 seconds, are they going to make one extra lap? No, time expired. So as they cross the line, Alessandro Calarese just about hangs on to that one from Francesco Salva. Nigel Bowen in third position. Then we got Gianfranco Di Giovanni, Gianluca Lino, and Antonio Di Pure Giancaro. That got a little bit fraught at the end. That sort of closed right up. I think Alessandro Calarese, would be looking for a bit more comfortable there. Jackson Turbo, who is TQ in mod.
Before you answer that, I would like to say that we do have the top 3 qualifiers press conference videos on RCTV YouTube and on the EFRA Facebook page. So if you search for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook or the RC Racing TV Facebook YouTube channel, you'll see those videos. But who is the TQ in mod?
Michael Lawski is TQ in mod.
There we go.
He took 2 round wins.
It wasn't straightfortard, was it?
No,
it
looked like
anybody.
it was going to be. I mean, Michael Lawski, he won round 1, he won round 2. And then
out of 6, you're like, here we go.
Here we go. And he didn't win another one from that point. Mark Reinhard took 2 of them. He took round 4 and round 6 and was sort of in the mix for round 5. But he didn't really have any other good scores to go with that. So Mark Reinhardt's going to be starting 4th. Ollie Payne's going to be 2nd. He had a round win. Was desperately unlucky in the 5th round. Had a bit of a coming together with Marcus Mobers. and sort of on the last lap, really, which let Alex Hagberg through for the round win. So Hagberg will be starting in third for the finals. And in stock, that was a little bit different. We had sort of a bit of a battle going on between Simon Lauter and Ollie Payne all week. And
Simon in his 4th ever 12-skill event.
Absolutely. And
not event, race.
Race. And it came down to the last round of qualifying. Effectively, Simon needed to win it, and he already had a faster time in his pocket, but had a little bit of a mistake in the chicane. Was like 3 seconds behind Ollie. And I thought it was gone at that point, and so did just about everybody else, except Simon, I think. And he, pushed on and caught Ollie with...
Passed him?
Yeah, with about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So here we go. So there's some experience up on the roster for this one. We've got Michael Laws, Tim Janssen, Jody Sherritt, Freddie Parker, Mark Payne, Marco Pansera, and Mario Neri will be the drivers taking part in this. So we'll switch to 10-car finals after this. Just these first two having a 6 and a 7 rather than a 10 and a 3.
Yeah, it's always better when they spread out the lowest finals instead of just pack them all.
It isn't.
Not
The problem
really
is if
the
you've
whole point.
qualified. Like,
Yeah, I can understand,
at the
but
back of
you
that,
know,
you could come forward and win it.
A 3-car final is just nothing.
Yeah, it's it's just difficult for the guys that would have been at the the back of this final. You've sort of artificially limited their result.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Michael Law's going to lead away with the Golf liveried car. So straight off for him. And just having a look to see who... in fact, Freddie Parker and Jody Sherritt were running the same body shells. So I'm just double checking it is Jody that's running his normal race paint, not Freddie that's running that. We're with Michael Laws at the moment. Leading this one away from Jody Sherritt as a Marshall dives across track. Bit wide off the end of the main straight there for Michael. Jody's going to start closing in. Tim Janssen currently running in 3rd position. And a mistake there from the leader. That's allowed Jody to close even further. But Jody's going to start sensing an opportunity as he goes down the straight. Michael's car looking a little bit more darty. Jody's car looking a little bit more like it needs a coffee, a cappuccino, an espresso to wake itself up on this Sunday morning.
That's a lot of caffeine.
That's an awful lot of caffeine. Michael backwards off the end of the straight. Jody carrying a little bit more speed. Jody just starting to edge towards the back of Michael's car. So you can see this lead battle going on screen at the moment. Michael Laws from Jody Sherritt, a little bit scruffy up at the top end of the circuit. Jody getting a little bit closer. Sideways over the chicane, so there we go. That's a change of lead. Michael Laws parks it in the middle of the chicane on the RC Paradise banner and drops a long, long way down the field. Jody Sherritt now out in front of this one from Tim Janssen. So Jody is the white and yellow coloured body shell. Tim, you'll probably see him in the back of shot, is the pink coloured body shell. This lead battle goes out onto the main straight. Tim mounting a bit of a recovery. Let's have a look at lap times. Last time around, an 11.9 from Jody, an 11.6 from Tim. Tim Janssen charging then, trying to catch the back of Jody Sherritt. Tim out-qualified Jody. Tim started second on the grid. Jody started third. And a little bit of a coming together there with the 7 car of Mario Neri for Tim Janssen. That's going to drop him off a little bit. Jody will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Still with Jody Sherritt as he leads out onto the main straight, but Tim Janssen looks like he's charging hard. He's eaten into that gap. It was a second last time round. Let's just see what it updates to. About half a second Tim took out of that lead. They're coming round now to a lap. Michael Laws, who was right in that lead battle and was the early leader. Off the end of the straight. And Michael sort of clears a path for Jody and Tim. The lead 2 down the main straight one more time. It's a good battle going on for the lead. And a proper launch off the circuit for Michael Laws. This lead battle, though, ebbing and flowing. Tim Janssen looking like he's got a quicker car. If he can put some kind of move on Jody. The pair of them catching the very wayward-looking car of Mark Payne. And it's a mistake from Tim Janssen. That's given Jody a bit more breathing space. Still just under 4 minutes remaining. We're still running with the car of Jody Sherritt. White front, yellow rear as he enters the main straight one more time. Tim Janssen over the length of the main straight behind now. Freddie Parker's got himself up into 3rd position. Michael Laws pulling out of the way of lots of traffic. So that was our early leader, looking like he's going for a retirement. We've got a Greek viewer saying, great weekend. Still watching Jody Sherritt leading this final from Tim Janssen. Gap is now 2.3 seconds in Jody's favour. Tim's already done the hard work a couple of times. Closed in on the back of Jody. What do we got? 2 minutes 20 left. Is there enough time left? I think it's going to take a mistake from Jody, and they're relatively rare. Just flicks it out of the sunlight, back through that strip of sunlight onto the main straight one more time for Jody Sherritt. Looking at the lap times, Tim Janssen lost about a tenth to Jody that time round. Gap looking pretty comfortable now for Jody. Just over 1.5 minutes left. Backwards off the end of the main straight. You won't want to be doing that too many times. Catches and passes Mario Neri. Down the main straight once more. Car rippling, jumping about, hopping over those bumps. Car starting to look like it's oscillating a little bit now as he goes down the main straight once more. You can see the back of the car hopping around, bouncing around. Just trying to hang on to that now for Jody as we come towards the final minute. Gap is still 2.5 seconds. Jody doing everything he needs to. Will be nice to get that leg win in your pocket. Jody Sherritt out down the main straight one more time. Doesn't look like he's going to be the only one to make the extra lap. I think Tim Janssen will also make it on to lap number 40. But starting to come through some crashed cars. Michael Laws very, very kindly parks it up and gets out of the way. Final 20 seconds now. Jody just looking to bring this one home. Backwards off the end of the main straight one more time. He won't be happy with that. He can see where Tim Janssen is, though. I think he is going to be on his final lap. So Jody Sherratt comes through, crosses the line to take the leg win. Jody Sherratt taking that one from Tim Janssen, and a fantastic result for Freddie Parker in third position, just coming off the bottom of the driver's rostrum there. So good win there for Jody Sherratt. Tim Janssen in second, Freddie Parker third, Marco Pansera fourth, and we had Mark Payne, Michael Laws, the early leader, and Mario Neri. Mark Payne coming off the rostrum, scratching his head a little bit. Drivers heading up on, or about to head up onto the rostrum. So we're going to have Jan Dietmar, Stefan Huyss, Alex D'Angelo, Dan Bancroft, Tim Pansters, Mark Jordan, Tom Adams, Alex Saiter, Andy Thompson, and Ole Thomas Bryn will be our drivers for this Spec C final. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Bring you live coverage all day in conjunction with our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec, and Hobbywing. Waiting for drivers to be released onto the rostrum. Just getting everybody in position. Marshals out on track, out on circuit. See Frank walking through shot there wearing his RCTV merch. I think they're just redistributing the marshals around the circuit. Okay, so cars being released out onto the track. First time we're going to see a 10-car final. This could be fairly interesting. A little bit more going on. See what we can spot as they head round out onto the circuit. So if you're joining us, wondering where we're at during the day, this is the Spec C final. We've then got the Spec B, Spec A. We'll then have the LC racing class, and then Mod C, Mod B, and Modified A final. Then back in for another round of finals. And we'll then be going for a bit of a break. And then the last round of finals. So slightly shorter day today.
Mod A1 final scheduled again just before 10:30 Central European time.
Yeah, and just before 9:30 for Spec.
Just a couple races for the first of the decider rounds.
Absolutely. So this is the first actual racing 10-car final that we've seen. We've seen the practice finals.
I've got my replay button ready.
There's a lot of green and white cars, including the first two. So Jan Dietmar and Stefan
dear.
Huyss. Well, I suppose one's white and green and
Yeah,
one's green and white.
yeah. At least those are swapped. But then you have two white cars, and then you have the minty green. There is another white and minty green car at the back.
Yep.
There's a lot of green on this one.
7, 6.
Gonna have to keep an eye on this one then. Jan Dietmar gonna lead away. Good start from Jan Dietmar. Leads away from Stefan Huyss. All sorts going on down at the back of the field, but we'll stick with the front. Jan Dietmar leading from Stefan Huyss, but Alex D'Angelo in fact that's Dan Bancroft, and a mistake from the leader. So Stefan Huyss through to take the lead. The green front, white rear car onto the main straight. Dan Bancroft, the all-white car in second position. And we've got then the 3 car of Alex D'Angelo in third position. Sorry, so leaders out down the main straight. Hopping around, Dan Bancroft seems to have got some of those sort of oscillations under control. His car was making some proper noises yesterday, heading down the main straight, bouncing and hopping around as it touched the ground. We're with the lead car of Stefan Huyss, though. It's a little bit wayward up at the top end of the circuit. Hops it over the curbs. Battle for second's quite good if we move back to the 2 white cars together. This is Dan Bancroft and Alex D'Angelo. And in fact, they're closing in on the leader. Dan Bancroft still running in second position. Alex D'Angelo in third position. Alex being cheered on yesterday by David Ongaro. This is the battle for second that we're watching. Dan Bancroft still hanging on to second position. They're also trying to chase down the leader of Stefan Huyss. That battle flows through, and Alex has a look down the inside of Dan, can't quite make his way through, but the pair of them are closing. Is that a switchback coming out onto the main straight? No, they don't quite swap. Dan still holding on to second. There's a change for second position, so great move there from Alex D'Angelo. Just under race control. Managed to wrong foot Dan through the chicane. Alex D'Angelo now released in second position, charging now towards the back of Stefan Huyss. Stefan might not even know that the positions behind him have changed. All he'll see is a white car in his peripheral vision. But he may well see a white car approaching him fairly quickly. Stefan Huyss on shot at the moment. The green front, white rear car. Heading round, started out P2. Alex D'Angelo started P3. Dan Bancroft started P4. But there's been a bit more of a story to it than that. Jan Dietmar was the early leader and fired the car off the track through the chicane under the driver's rostrum, which lost him the lead. Still with Stefan Huyss at the moment. Green front, white rear, being chased hard by the all-white coloured car behind him of Alex D'Angelo. Dan Bancroft still not out of this yet either. Tim Panster's trying to get himself in the mix as well. Car number 7 getting called out of the way. That is the car of Andy Thompson. So Andy about to have a freight train run him over as all these cars come streaming past. Gap sort of solidified into 2 separate battles rather than one train of 4 at the moment. Alex D'Angelo chasing down the car of Stefan Huyss. Gap was half a second last time round. Looks maybe a little bit closer this time. Slight mistake from Alex D'Angelo. He's caught it all back though. He got a great exit off the end of the main straight. About 0.4 of a second now. This gap coming down, coming down, coming down all the time. Stefan Huyss, the green front, white rear car. Alex D'Angelo, the all-white coloured car, chasing him. Better exit off the end of the main straight again for Alex D'Angelo. Out onto the main straight once more. Stefan Huyss a little bit tight. Alex D'Angelo's car looks like it's flowing a little bit more freely, carrying some more corner speed. Sitting flat, they're catching the car of Andy Thompson. Gets out of the way very nicely for them. Lead battle still going on. What have we got? 3 minutes 20 remaining. Some good fighting going on out at the front of the field here. Stefan Huyss leading this one, has led it since fairly early on from Alex D'Angelo. Alex pushing hard, has a look down the inside, and that's a change for the lead. So we saw there slightly wrong-footed. We had a tightening up of the line a little bit from Stefan Huyss, and Alex D'Angelo now leads with the all-white coloured car. Let's run with him. 2 minutes 40 left. Dan Bancroft's been keeping a watching brief in third position. He's not a million miles behind these two. I think it's going to take some kind of incident between the two leaders to catch him. So Alex D'Angelo looking like he had a much faster car when he was behind Stefan Huyss. Now not pulling away. Particularly Stefan just... Stefan fires the car off through the chicane under the driver's rostrum. That's given Alex D'Angelo then a pretty comfortable lead over Dan Bancroft. Dan running 1.7 seconds back. Stefan Huyss some 4 seconds back, hangs on to third position. Sunlight starting to move across the track. It'll end up on the main straight within the next couple of races, and then will disappear out of our vision for the rest of the day. Alex D'Angelo, though, with 1.5 minutes left. The all-white car on the centre of your screen at the moment. There's no real close battles going on. In fact, there's a good battle for third going on with Tim Pansters and Stefan Huyss. That's just coming down the main straight now. Let's pick that up very briefly. It's the minty green coloured car with the yellow wheels. And the car directly behind it, Stefan Huyss. He was leading and now currently running in fourth position. This the battle for, in fact, there's a chain going on there. That is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. All together, cars ducking and weaving, and that's going to be, I think Mark Jordan's going to pick up some positions here. Just at the tail end of that, there's a lot of greeny coloured cars going on out there. Looks to have stabilised a little bit. So let's pick up our leader as he runs for home, Alex D'Angelo, the first of the two all-white coloured cars. He's just coming down the main straight now. This, our lead car with 10 seconds left to go. Run for home with Alex D'Angelo. Time has expired, so Alex D'Angelo takes that one from Dan Bancroft. Alex Seiter in third position, and Mark Jordan picked up fourth from sixth on the grid. So retirement for early leader Jan Dietmar. Ooh, getting ready for the B final about to come up. This is the B final. This is all the coulda, woulda, shoulda stories.
The many ones that got away.
Absolutely. Man, I could have made the main. There's plenty of stories there, including very unlucky Finley Whitlock with BQ ended up. Looked like he had a very good chance of making the main after seeding practice, seeded fourth. Arguably, it didn't do him too many favours seeding fourth. I think if he'd have been sort of seeded 8th, 9th, something like that, he might have not quite put that pressure on himself. And but still a great first result from him, and he's a young guy.
Yeah, it's part of racing at something like the European Championships.
It is.
So there is pressure there, and knowing that you're taking time off of school or work or whatever, and costs to come, but it's a massive learning opportunity. So I'm sure next year it'll be at least a bit of an improvement, hopefully.
Yeah,
You hope.
absolutely. I mean, watching him over the last year racing in the UK, he's made some fantastic progress, and he's always been fast. We've got a bunch of fast racers in the UK at the moment that are sort of watching them come up through the field. So yeah, Finley Whitelock we'll expect to see, not here this weekend, but Chase Mackman. They're starting to become regular National A finalists, and I think there'll be names that we'll be seeing, over the next sort of 5-10 years, filling in these, filling these A finals.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So it's always good to see the young guns crop up in the next group of racers sort of start to make their name.
Yeah, you can always see like the talent that's there. They're fast. It's just sometimes it's a little bit the speed is not that controlled, but you can.
That's always part of it. Whether you're watching Formula Juniors or karting or Moto3 or anything like that, there's always that raw speed and talent, but it just needs to be wrapped up in a bit of skill and wisdom.
Yeah, and that will come. That's that's there. There's help available. There's experienced drivers ready to help those guys. So Finley Whitelock going to lead this one away from Morgan Williams. It's a B final for Morgan Williams this weekend, which is an improvement on the C final he made at a club meeting a few weeks ago. Niels de Greiser in third. Christian Geyer, good run from him to end up fourth. Werner Spanbruckner starts fifth. Alexander Anderson, Lucas Larson, Andreas Bryn, Stuart Cartwright, and Lucas Neiderer.
And there's the names and nationalities that you just read off.
Indeed. I didn't mention the nationalities, but I think we very nearly had quite a unique thing in the A final of Brits and Germans. It's just not spoiled, but Marcus Andreasen made it in. The Swede just popped himself into 10th place.
We just need a Andreas or Andreasen Anders or something like that. Just to really mix it up.
Anders Andreasen, yeah. There's Alexander Anderson and Marcus Andreasen was a bit of a tongue twister yesterday. But fortunately, in different races, Finley Whitelock pulls his car, the orange-coloured car, onto the front of the grid. Morgan Williams, white and blue-coloured car, in second position. Slightly angled there for Finley.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Countdown begins.
5, 4.
Finley Whitelock leads away then from Morgan Williams. Niels de Greiser in third position. Front three nicely through the opening lap. Morgan looking quite racy behind Finley. These two very used to racing one another. Finley, the all orange coloured car. Morgan, the white and blue coloured car. Morgan's car looks like it's got quite a lot of rotation on corner exit. Let's see if that costs him later on. Both of these guys thinking they coulda, woulda, shoulda made the A final. Niels de Greiser still running in third position. So got a pass for the lead, and well, that was super unfortunate. So Morgan Williams got turfed out of the lead. So now out in front, just going to see who is in front as they come through and cross the line. Niels de Greiser leads with the all-white coloured car. That's car number 3. Let's pick him up. He's just under the driver's rostrum. So that was a mistake from a recovering Stu Cartwright, I think, that got sort of caught up with Morgan Williams, who had passed Finley Whitelock on the preceding lap. So Morgan still running in third position. We are running with the lead car of Niels de Gruyter. In second position, we have got Christian Gear, and Morgan is in third position. They're trying to mount a recovery drive. So lap traffic getting out of the way. So we're watching lead car of Niels de Gruyter being chased by Christian Gear. So lead battle is going out onto the main straight. Christian about 8 tenths back. Last time round 11.15 for both of those two. Lead battle not really exploded into life as yet, but just starting to build. There was a bit of a kerfuffle involving a few of the lead cars. Morgan Williams got shuffled back down the pack from that, has ended up in third position. Niels de Gruyter looking like he's tightening up a little bit. Christian Gear now down to half a second behind him. So this battle down the main straight, we're watching Niels de Gruyter, the all-white coloured car. Christian Gear, white front, yellow centre, sky blue rear. This our lead battle off the end of the main straight. That's a better exit through that chicane from Christian. Just keeping an eye on where Morgan is relative to these two as well. He's about the length of the straight back. So 3 tenths between the lead two at the moment. Catching the 7 car of Lucas Larsson. So Lucas manages to sort of get out of his own way in the middle of the chicane. Just giving Niels a little bit of space. Small mistake off the end of the main straight for Niels. Christian Gear trying to close that gap, get himself in front of the traffic. Manages that one quite nicely. That fell very, very nicely, actually, with Lucas Larsson getting out of the way. And here comes Morgan. So Morgan Williams now trying to get himself into this lead battle. I'm not sure if Niels de Gruyter and Christian Gear can see the imminent danger from Morgan. Ivo Gerstov says Chris is running a Roche. Yes, Chris is running a Roche. One of the few here this weekend. Car looks good. Car looking pretty balanced. Still the all-white car of Niels de Gruyter off the end of the main straight. Christian Gear in second position. Morgan Williams now with him in third. Let's move our focus back to Christian and Morgan as they come onto the main straight. And that was a mistake from Christian coming onto the main straight, and I think just caught a bump quite badly. Morgan popped out into second position. So Morgan now running in second place. We're running with the lead car of Niels de Gruyter, now with Morgan Williams chasing him. Just over 2 minutes left. It's like 3 seconds after that small coming together, coming onto the main straight between Morgan Williams and Christian Gear. Niels de Gruyter be pretty happy with this one. Here's the 6-minute call. Just under 3 seconds now, the lead gap. I don't think Morgan's going to have enough time unless there is some kind of mistake from the all-white car we are running with of Niels de Gruyter. Niels de Gruyter still leading this one. Picked up the lead fairly early on. And he has now actually passed Christian Gear, who he was battling with earlier. Christian ending up nosed against the barrier after getting it slightly sideways coming onto the main straight when Morgan Williams was chasing him down. Required marshalling. So a couple of minutes ago, these two were doing battle. But as we enter the final minute of the run, Niels de Gruyter looking like he's going to take leg number 1 of the B final. Still off the end of the main straight one more time. Don't want to be taking that many risks through the chicane, Niels. You can just hang on, you can just stroke this one home. You've got about 2.5 seconds in your pocket from Morgan, 30 seconds left. That's the kind of information you want as a driver. You want the referee to be telling you roughly how long there is left, just counting you down, giving you a run for home. Niels catching some traffic, but with 20 seconds left, I'm not sure he'll be wanting to catch and make a pass. There's always some potential for danger. He knows he's got enough for lead over Morgan Williams in his pocket. So Niels de Gruyter comes through and takes the win in leg number 1 of the B final from Morgan Williams. Andreas Bryn all the way from 8th on the grid into 3rd position. So fantastic. So we're going to record this one. We've got the A final coming up. Yeah, definitely want to start recording. So welcome to us. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage, and we've got the Spec A final number 1 going live. Thank you to our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCX Shop, Montec, and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Drivers that we have taking part in this race then. Simon Lauter got himself on TQ with a win in the last round yesterday. Ollie Payne starts 2nd. Jan Rathajski starts 3rd. Max Mackler, current world champion, in 4th position. Lewis Parker in 5th. Christian Donath, 6th. Stefan Schultz starts 7th. Mark Stiles starts in P8. Michael Bolt will start P9. And Marcus Andreasen will start from 10th position. Just waiting for drivers to be released out onto the circuit. You can see everybody down at the foot of the driver's rostrum. Megan Maxwell saying, "Come on, Lewis." It's going to be a good drive coming up. Simon Lauter, Ollie Payne look like they have a little bit more pace than everybody else over the course of a run. Very, very close between them in qualifying. Simon took the 1st round of qualifying. Ollie took the 2nd. Simon took the 3rd. Then we had Ollie take the 4th and 5th. And then Simon pulled it back together. Simon already had the quickest time in his pocket from one of the earlier runs, and Simon did what he needed to. And after an early mistake as well, actually, from Simon, he managed to recover from about 3 seconds back. So quite a long way off. And managed to drive back. So cars being released out onto the circuit for this A final. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us for this A main. There we go. Simon Lauter, Ollie Payne, Jan Rathajski, Max Mackler, Lewis Parker, Christian Donath, Stefan Schultz, Mark Stiles, Michael Bolt, and Marcus Andreasen. Thank you once again to the event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec, and Hobbywing, for helping us to bring you this coverage live and uninterrupted. Cars just heading round out on the circuit, about to be formed up on the grid. Drivers giving themselves a shakedown. This is the second time these guys have been out on circuit. Had a practice final earlier, won by Simon Lauter.
Yeah, I was going to say the second time today.
Second time today, yes.
So
it's probably
on
about
super hard mode and just the very first time.
It's probably about the 8th, 9th time Simon Lauter's driven a 12 scale car. Yeah. Here we go then. Let's lead off with Simon Lauter. Simon gets a good start. Ollie looking pretty racy as well. These two looking like they're a bit of a step ahead of the field. Seeing Lewis Parker spin himself to the back of the field. Ollie clambering all over Simon as they come down the main straight. Has a look down the inside. Can't make it through. But Ollie looking really, really racy here. Looking for the inside of Simon. The outside come through. Switch back out onto the main straight. Simon trying to keep it tight. A little bit sideways off the end of the main straight for Simon. He is still leading from Ollie at the moment. Just wanting to settle down, get his head into it. Ollie's had a quicker car at the start all weekend. There's a side-by-side. Is that a change for the lead? No. Yes, there is. Jan Rathajski pops out in the lead. So little tag from Ollie on the back of Simon, and that has popped into Jan Rathajski into the lead. Ollie now in second place from Simon Lauter. Jan Rathajski leading this one then. The all-white car out in the front of shot. Ollie Payne running in second position. Simon Lauter running in third position. Simon looking like he had some good pace later on. Ollie now checked up behind the car of Jan Rathajski. Ducking, diving around, trying to find his way back through. And they have a coming together, coming onto the main straight. So half spin for Ollie, drops him down into third position, and Ollie also has a body tuck at the rear, so he hops that over the curb. That has promoted, I think, Mark Stiles and Lewis Parker battling now for fourth and fifth. They're ending up down towards the tail end of the field, but this lead battle still going on. We are watching Jan Rathajski from Simon Lauter. Jan, the all-white coloured car. Simon, the white and sort of browny burgundy coloured car. And that's a change for the lead. So Simon Lauter manages to get his car down the inside off the end of the main straight. So now Simon leading this one from Jan with Ollie Payne in third position. Ollie still with the back of his body shell tucked up, but he is going to try and charge back into this lead battle. Ollie looking like he's got the quickest car out there. 10.991 best lap from Ollie, 10.935 best lap from Simon. It's a good battle going on out there for the lead at the moment. Simon just seems to have edged a slight gap from Jan. Simon now wanting to get into a rhythm, start pulling away. He had a bit of a scruffy start, dropped down to third position, managed to take the lead back with a good move off the end of the main straight. So Simon Lauter, we're running with 3 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. Going to start catching traffic. First up for Simon will be what looks like Christian Donath. Christian in the middle of a battle with Lewis Parker. Gaps seem to have stabilised. We've got Simon now edging away. He is 1.2 seconds in front of Jan Rathajski. And Simon passes the car of Marcus Andreasen. So starting to get in amongst traffic. Simon still heading towards the back of Christian Donath. And Simon's going to be quite relieved that he has got that small gap, because there's a gaggle of fighting cars in front of him, although they're compelled to get out of the way. They've all got their own races to do as well. Simon Lauter closes in on Michael Bolt. Michael just gets out of his way. Jan Rathajski closing in on the back of Marcus Andreasen. He gets out of the way. Lewis Parker puts a good move on Mark Stiles just in front of this. Christian Donath gets out of the way. So next up for Simon Lauter will be the car of Mark Stiles. We're running with Simon Lauter as he comes down the main straight. Mark gets out of his way nicely. Simon now going to start hunting down Lewis Parker. Jan Rathajski still running in second position from Ollie Payne. Lead is now like 2.2 seconds. So it's starting to look like Simon is pulling away. Traffic not falling that nicely for Jan Rathajski. Ollie Payne has a spin further down the field. Max Mackler's not a million miles off the back of Ollie Payne. We're going to stick, though, with the lead car. And in fact, Max Mackler's got himself up into third position, I believe. I think we've got Ollie Payne having a retirement. Yeah, Max Mackler, world champion, up in third position. We're sticking with Simon Lauter, though, currently circulating just in front of Christian Donath. Christian running it in sixth place himself. Let's have a look at the lead gap that time through. It's about 1.8 seconds. Just over 2 minutes left. So we had a mistake there from Simon up in the top corner. Drops down, so Jan Rathajski now picks up the lead from Max Mackler and Stefan Schultz. So super unlucky there from Simon Lauter. Jan Rathajski then with the all-white coloured car. Our new leader with 1.5 minutes left from Max Mackler. In fact, I think Stefan Schultz has just got Max Mackler. So Jan Rathajski leading this one from Stefan Schultz. Max Mackler in third position. Running with the all-white car, though, of Jan Rathajski. He's got about a 5-second lead now over Stefan. Ollie Payne will be ruining pulling off the circuit. 1 minute to go. Jan Rathajski about to take the leg number 1 win. Jan super busy this weekend. He's running 2 classes. Made the main in both stock and modified. It's Jan, the all-white coloured car. Less than 40 seconds to go. Looking like he's going to take this one from Stefan Schultz with Max Mackler in third position. Huge gap for Jan Rathajski. Just needs to stroke it home now with 15 seconds left to go. Down the main straight and passes Simon Lauter. So Jan Rathajski, the only driver to make it onto the extra lap. Jan Rathajski then taking the leg 1 win. And some gesticulation going on between Ollie and Jan on the rostrum. A little bit of a disagreement maybe about exactly what happened with that tuck. Ollie not looking that impressed, and Simon congratulating Jan. A bit of a shake of the head. Not sure exactly what went on. Unprompted mistake. So, Stefan Schultz popping out in second position. Oh, Jan Rathajski winning leg one. Didn't expect to see that one. Ivo Gersdorf says Jan is always running every class. Indeed. There's a little bit of a shake of the head. We're going to go off mic briefly whilst the LC class runs and lock off the camera. Okay, with Jan Rathajski, winner of the leg one. Congratulations, Jan.
Yeah, thank you very much.
A little bit surprised. I mean, sort of. Well, you started at third. Obviously, Simon and Ollie had a little bit of a tangle. You popped out in the lead, then you sort of dropped back again, with Simon leading. Were you expecting to catch him again?
To be honest, no, because he pulled away quite a lot, and I was happy with my second place, and then I took it easy, and I don't even notice that he stopped, because like we have no moderation. And the computer voice I didn't even listen to, so I was surprised when I watched to the screen that I won. Actually, the guys told me when I stepped down, and I thought like Simon maybe missed a lap or anything. I really didn't know that. Like, I'm happy about that, but oh, what can I say?
Wow, so leg one win, and yeah, so nice start though. So obviously very busy, out to run modified now?
I am, yeah. Let's hope I can do the same in modified.
Okay, well, we'll let you get on, but well done, and maybe see you again later.
Yeah, thank you very much. See ya.
Jan Rathajski there then, winner of leg one of stock. So that was the LC B final, LC A final that's just run. So welcome to you if you are just joining us. We're about to watch the modified C final head out onto circuit. No. If you're just joining us here on RC Racing TV, we'll bring you live coverage of the EFRA 120 Euros for 2024. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. So the Spec final finished about 15 minutes ago. Jan Rathajski taking the win in leg number 1 from Stefan Schultz, with Max Mackler in 3rd position at the end of that one. That was a little bit fraught, sort of probably the favourites, Ollie Payne and Simon Lauter, having slight disasters. Simon leading that one for quite a long way after sort of getting the lead back, and ending up 6th overall after making a bit of a mistake. Into modified though, 4 drivers for this C final: Alessandro Bianchi, Nicola Morone, Marcello Galli and Mario Neri. 4 Italian drivers.
Mr. Brown and Mr. Black. Neri is black.
Neri, oh okay, yeah. So there we go, Mario Neri. Are we halfway to like Reservoir Dogs then with Mr. Brown and Mr. Black? It's kind of,
I could be wrong. Nero is black. Neri is... But it's like, it means multiple black things.
Okay.
Like, you would say, I don't know, car... Borsa is back, so you say like Borsa Neri. But if it's a single black bag, you say Borsa Nero.
Okay.
So it's a bit it's weird. Anyway, it's yeah, it's I'm pretty sure it means black. We can
Matt
go
Lack saying morning. Stock A final was very interesting. Love a bit of door-to-door banging. Yeah, there was some door-to-door action. There was a few body tucks going on out there.
We're just discussing the need for racers to run super thin body shells and running that risk, and that's no risk, no reward. But you know, it's a very high risk of crushing the front end and getting a tire rub or chassis rub or something like that.
It's supposed to be a non-contact sport, but
well,
yes, but, yeah, there's inevitable with some contact against the barriers. I think Ollie was running around for quite a while with sort of the rear tucked up under the back of the body shell. Always looks a bit amateur. You feel like you feel a bit stupid when you're driving around like that. But you can actually sometimes, with another run over a curb or tap against the barrier, you can dislodge that. It's possible. That's my excuse for hitting the barrier the second time anyway.
I think I have a body tuck.
Yeah, I'm trying to dislodge
That's the way I painted my body. Yeah, it looks like a body tuck.
Yeah, that's...
I just realized there's a Mr. White in this run as well.
Bianchi, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to look at what Galli means. It's probably another color.
Is that
Giallo is yellow, but
he's in a
Galli is there a Mr. Giallo?
There is a Giallo. Yeah, I'm sure there's a Giallo out there. We have definitely got, so we've got Mr. White, Mr. Brown, Mr. Black. I suppose they could paint their body shells to match.
Well,
in fact, is Bianchi running Alessandro Bianchi running a white body shell?
He's number 1.
There is a plain white body shell out there on track.
Mr. Brown is running a green body.
No, I think the white body is... I don't know, is he experimenting for Alex again? Nicola Morone, of course, Mr. Lens Bodies. No, Alessandro Bianchi is actually running. Well, it's Bianchi blue. It's
No, Azorda is blue.
Azora. But it's that kind of aren't there bikes? Aren't the Bianchi bikes that kind of blue?
That is, I had the very long discussion about this with myself on watching the GT8 Euros last year, because that's the first time I noticed that the Tiffany green or Tiffany blue, it's the same color. Running that seafoam green, the Bianchi green, I was like running through all these different variations of it, and people just know it best. It's easiest to say it's just mint green.
Mint green.
But yeah, Tiffany blue is a very popular, becoming a popular, at least we see it a lot in the touring car racing.
Yeah, it's kind of a.
It's
everybody
different
runs
solid
plain
color.
white.
Yeah,
so
it's nice to have a different solid color. Nicola's running. He's not even starting from second.
No, he wants a long run up to the first corner.
Yeah. What is going on there? Oop. It'd help if I show the main camera. There he is, way at the back.
He is.
But there's our leader, and
I don't know. So Nicola looking for quite a long run into the front, but slightly sideways there for Alessandro Bianchi. These cars, if you were joining us for Spec earlier on and wondering why these look a little bit quicker, these are powered by 6.5 turn motors rather than the 13.5 turn motors that we were watching earlier. A little bit quicker. We'll be into 10-car finals next. Oh, that was a fairly uncompromising move there from Mario Neri on Marcello Galli.
unfortunately off camera because we're following the leader, but that was
it was
a rough one.
There'll be some
Possibly some words.
There'll be some words that I'm sure if you went and stood on the rostrum, you'd learn some words in Italian. I'm not sure many of those would appear.
Words,
I'm not sure many of those would appear in Duolingo. Lead car though, with a fairly hefty lead from Mario Neri, leading by just over 3 seconds. So some of these guys not having had the best weekend, but having fun, enjoying it. Always good. Watch the cars run down those bumps over the straight.
Yeah, there we go. It's a pit tire change again.
Yeah, let's just see if we can
in a final
pick that up as we come past. So
just
there we go. There's Alex Hagberg kneeling down.
Tell Ben to show the.
If we can pick up Alex Hagberg kneeling down, making the change to the car there. So that's Alex unloading a series of tools. What's he doing? That looks like a tyre change. Not a huge amount of urgency. So what's that he's under? He's undoing a kingpin. Is he changing a front spring? That's undoing a screw at the top of a kingpin by the looks of it. So pretty certain that's a front spring that Alex is changing. It'll either be a front spring or the number of shims on the kingpin stack. So that would be the droop possibly that he's changing. But there goes the wheel back on. So a little bit of a setup change that Alex is testing. Here we go, the other side of the car. Alessandro Bianchi still leading this one by like 3 odd seconds, so nothing particularly going out on the track. There we go, there comes the screw out of the other kingpin. Yeah, I don't think he's changed spring there. I think he's added an extra shim, so he's taken out some droop out of the front end, increasing the preload on it. So that sort of affects how well the car rides bumps and will be riding bumps, so this could be quite interesting. Alex dropping the body shell back on. This could be an interesting experiment for Alex, which will give some indication what he needs to be changing.
There we go, back out on track.
There we go, Nicola's car being sent back out on track. Nicola also using a stick rate. In fact, all of the drivers are using stick radios.
I'm surprised how prevalent it is with the shall we say, the older generation of racers in Italy.
Yeah, I mean it's it's I guess Italy and the UK. That's probably the the only two really places that use them. And I mean wheels are a lot more prevalent in the UK now. You're starting to see as new people start and race, they're picking up wheel transmitters. Much easier to get hold of. It's what the manufacturers are offering. There's not a huge number of people that do stick transmitters anymore. So look decidedly old school. Out in front on this, there's not really any close battles. There's a couple of laps between the lead car we've got on screen at the moment of Alessandro Bianchi. And he just pops his car on its roof. Doesn't matter, he's 2 laps to the good. I think he's just lost lap to Mario Neri. No, he hasn't. Mario lets him back through. 4 cars circulating on track at the moment. Having a look at lap times. 11.167 for Alessandro Bianchi, 11.077 for Mario Neri, 11.5 for Marcello Galli, Nicola Morone, 11.097. So Mario Neri actually with the quickest lap, although last time out it was a 13.3 for Mario, 12.4 for Alessandro, and a 15.7 for Nicola. Had a bit of a chat with Nicola yesterday about some of the developments they're working on, as well as being Mr. Lens Bodies. Nicola is Mr. Hot Race, running the fairly distinctive white wheels. And he was saying that experimenting with a different compound wheel rather than a different compound tyre, so slightly softer wheel. Seen a few of those in use this weekend. A little bit more compliant over the bumps, a little bit more forward drive, a little bit less side bite in the car. The car scrubs off a little bit more corner speed when running those. So another tuning option. For drivers. Not a hugely close battle going on with this one. 4 laps now. Alessandro Bianchi leading by. Mario Neri himself a couple of laps up on Marcello Galli and Nicola Morone. After that front end change, where I believe he added an extra washer for preload, he has stopped his car.
Yeah, I'm not sure Alex is going to maybe tell us exactly what they changed.
I don't think Alex will, but looking at the change made, the wheel came off, and there was certainly a screw came out of the top of the kingpin that they were changing. So it would only be a front spring that you're changing, or the droop that you're changing on it, with the removal of that screw. So maybe adding an extra shim of preload on it, which will jack up the front very slightly, but means that you take away some of the unsprung up travel over the bumps, and makes the car ride a little bit differently. Time has pretty much expired. So getting set for the B final. Alessandro Bianchi taking that one from Marcello Galli in 3rd. Mario Neri finished 2nd.
Mr. White, Mr. Rooster, and Mr. Black.
Mr. Rooster, is that Galli is
Galli,
Rooster?
yeah.
Galli is Rooster. Getting ready for the B final. You can see the sunlight has nearly disappeared off the track. It's sort of
on the starting grid.
It's right on the starting grid and off the edge of the main straight. So give it But by the time the second round of finals come around, that will have gone completely. Who have we got in this B final then? Rene Doctor, Marcus Andreasen, Christian Donath, Rene Jan, Lewis Parker, Lucas Larson, Alexander Anderson, Marco McGuni, Alessandro Brunelli, and Marco Mazzini. Going to be the drivers for this B final. The B final modified. This could be quite fraught. A few guys thinking that they could have made A finals. Some of the stock A finalists racing in this one. So Christian Donath's out there, Alexander Anderson. Sorry, Marcus Andreasen's out there. Christian Donath, Lewis Parker. All stock A finalists. Just waiting for them to be released. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, seeing Javier make his way down from the rostrum. We're bringing you this live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Bringing you the coverage in conjunction with ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec, and Hobbywing. Brian Lee saying, "Let's go, Christian." Yeah, Christian Donath looking to back up his stock A final with a good result in the Mod B. And Christian standing in a fairly solitary position on the rostrum as well, actually. He's got himself located over on the far left-hand side. I don't know, does Christian want to borrow a can of deodorant, maybe? It's no one wanting to take his position or stand anywhere near him on the rostrum. No, it's all about... there we go, zooming in on Christian Donath. Got a message for... There we go, yeah, he'll thank us for that as he picks his nose. Just to... he'll thank us for capturing that shot, but Christian just pointing in. Getting himself relaxed as the cars line themselves up on the grid. Rene Doctor going to lead away. There is a Doctor in the house, and he is on pole position. Rene Doctor going to lead away from Marcus Andreasen. Plain body shells for the first three. Cars just being lined up on the grid in that direct sunlight.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Rene Doctor leads away through the first turn from Marcus Andreasen. This B final is underway with 10 cars. First group have got round pretty comfortably. Rene Jan has made a mistake and drops himself to the back of the field. This is some kind of start from Lewis Parker. Up into fourth position, but this battle for the lead off the end of the main straight. Rene Doctor fending off the attentions of Marcus Andreasen. The all-white body shell versus the all-red body shell. Christian Donath now trying to get involved in that one as well. A little bit scruffy off the end of the main straight for Rene Doctor. Lets Marcus Andreasen close in. Down the main straight one more time. Looked like Marcus Andreasen took a bit of a breather. Slightly tighter line. First four really all together in a bit of a chain. In fact, Lewis Parker's just dropped off the back of that. Christian Donath has to check up to avoid getting into the back of Andreasen. Very, very good driving there from Christian. So Rene Doctor, the all-white car. Marcus Andreasen, the all-orange coloured car. The all-green coloured car is Christian Donath. Just in the back of your shot, the yellow and pink coloured car is Lewis Parker. These four all together. Andreasen checking up on the brakes, and all of the cars together off the end of the main straight. That's a good move for second. So Christian Donath up into second place now, the all green coloured car. Christian looking like he's got a quick car underneath him. So Christian will be trying to pass Rene Doctor. Has a look, bounces over the curb, very, very nearly collects the back of Rene's car. Down the main straight one more time. Rene Doctor leading. Christian Donath goes out wide and tries to swing back in, get a better exit. 2 minutes down. Rene Doctor's resisted the pressure so far. Christian Donath, though, looking pretty quick in second position. Christian Donath trying to get that release out onto the straight and ends up tangling, spinning round. So we have a change for the lead. Marcus Andreasen, the orange-coloured car, moving out in front from Rene Doctor in second position. Still sort of super, super close. The first 5 cars covered by 3 seconds. The length of the main straight covering it. Lewis Parker now up into second position. So Marcus Andreasen has got a little bit of a lead. This is the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth we're watching. Streaming through the infield. Lewis Parker now trying to make a break for it and get away. So this is the white car is third position. Fourth position is the green coloured car of Christian Donath. The closest battle on track at the moment. Marcus Andreasen has got a little bit of a gap. So these two, Rene Doctor and Christian Donath, had a very small coming together whilst battling for the lead, coming out onto the main straight. That let Marcus Andreasen through. Marcus got a nice gap. Lewis Parker currently running in second position, just out the front of shot. It's the battle for third position going on. Rene Doctor hanging on to it at the moment from Christian Donath as they come down the main straight one more time. Christian moves to the outside, trying to find his way through. Christian looks like he's got a super fast car, just backs out of it there. Looking like if he can get past Rene, he has got a really, really rapid car. Fastest lap, 10.837 for Rene Doctor, 10.686 from Lewis Parker. Lewis kind of running in isolation in second position. This is the battle for third place. We're still watching on track. We'll keep an eye on any other battles, see if they get close, but this is third, fourth and fifth. The all blue coloured car of Lucas Larsson trying to join in this battle. And there was a mistake there from Rene Doctor. That has promoted Christian Donath up into third position, so just exiting the chicane off the end of the main straight. So Christian's now fairly comfortable in second. Let's pick up the leader again, the orange-coloured car down the main straight. Marcus Andreasen with 3 minutes to drive. Lewis Parker, you're just seeing out of the back of shot there. Gap between them is 2.9 seconds. Christian Donath, another 1.7 seconds back from that. Marcus Andreasen be a little bit disappointed to miss out on a second A final. Made the stock main, just missed out in the modified class. If you're just joining us, ready for the A final, that's coming up in just over 2 minutes' time. We're watching the lead car of Marcus Andreasen leading the B final down the main straight. Lewis Parker running in second from fifth on the grid. Christian Donath in third position currently. In fact, Christian and Lewis are back together. Let's move back and pick up that battle. That's just coming out onto the main straight now. So, well, there was a battle going on. Christian just spat it into the barriers. So, commentator's curse there. So, we'll go back to the lead, the orange-coloured car. Thought we were that would have been too good to be true, to have a fight going on track. As it is, Marcus Andreasen makes his way past Lucas Larsson. Looking pretty comfortable with 1.5 minutes left. Just picking his way through. That's fallen very nicely for him. As one of the back markers, I think that was René Jean, shoveling some traffic off behind him. Lewis Parker still running in second position, some 5 seconds back now from the car we're running with of Marcus Andreasen. Christian Donath still in third position. He's some 4 seconds back from Lewis Parker. There aren't any close battles going on. So leader has got a massive advantage. He's just come past us now. 30 seconds left, so we'll run with the orange car of Marcus Andreasen as he heads for home. Be super happy with this one. Get a leg win in the bag. Have it in your pocket. Think he's going to be the only driver to make the extra lap, so he'll have a 44th lap to do as a victory lap. Marcus Andreasen does indeed make it through onto the extra lap, so he gets a victory lap. To win there for Marcus Andreasen from Lewis Parker. Christian Donath finishing in third position. A final coming next. So just hydrate before the before this one. This could be a little bit frantic if the stock was anything to go by.
So just a reminder, after this run, we'll go have a little bit of a break in the schedule, and then restart the round with the EDCBA of Spec. So basically, the same exact round, same order, just a little bit of a break.
So welcome to you joining us here on RC Racing TV for this EFRA 112th Euros 2024. We are in Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily, bringing you live coverage of this modified A final leg number 1. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Getting set for Mod A final number 1. Michael Lawski will lead away from Ollie Payne, Alex Hagberg, Mark Reinhard, Alessio Mazzio, Jan Rathajski, Martin Huddy, Rosario Guillermo, Marcus Mobers and Thomas Liptak. Waiting for the drivers to be released up onto the rostrum. Just getting everybody through tech. Drivers heading up, led by Michael Lawski, current world champion, of course. Won the Stock Euros last year in Eastbourne in the UK. And won the modified title 2 years ago. Alex Hagberg took the title back last year. Alex starting third on the grid. Cars being released out onto the circuit. Got a couple of laps Can already see that sunlight has nearly disappeared off the main straight. Michael Lawski then looking like he's got a very quick car underneath him. Mark Reinhardt also with a fast car too, but Mark starting in 4th position. Car's going to be forming up on the grid. Michael Lawski running a plain white body shell this weekend. Going to lead away from Ollie Payne running a white and red number. Alex Hagberg running his traditional race paint. There we go, that's the car of Michael Lawski. Just being placed on the grid. Andy Murray just fettling the rear end of Michael's car.
10, 9, 8.
Here we go then. Michael Lawski set to lead off.
4.
Michael Lawski leads away from Ollie Payne. Alex Hagberg gets away in 3rd position. Mark Reinhardt in 4th. Front 2 already making a little bit of a break for it. Michael gonna try and edge away from Ollie. Ollie doing double duty, running both stock and modified this weekend. Michael Lawski though leads after the opening few laps. Front 2 have already managed to make a bit of a break for it. 3rd and 4th, Alex Hagberg and Mark Reinhardt. They're running together as well. Watching these lead 2 out onto the main straight, and in fact we're watching a good battle for 3rd position going on. This is Alex Hagberg from Mark Reinhardt. Nearly a change for position there as they came out onto the main straight. We've also got Alessio Mazzio keeping a watching brief on this one. Mark looking like he's got a super fast car if he can get past Alex. Cuts back through, so change for 3rd position there. Mark Reinhardt pops up into 3rd position. Let's see if he can charge now and catch Ollie Payne. So let's see what kind of pace Mark can unleash from his car. He's got rid of one. Feels unfair to describe Alex Hagberg as an obstacle, but that's what Mark would have seen him as. Mark hopping chicanes, leaving absolutely nothing on the table. He knows he's got to try and close down the lead that Michael Lawski has. Michael's just sort of pegged Ollie Payne. So just over the length of the main straight between them. We're running with the all-white coloured car of Michael Lawski down the main straight at the moment, with Ollie Payne running in 2nd position, just slightly at the back of shot. Ollie looking like he's starting to edge in on the back of Michael. Of course, the 2 of them won't want to fight too hard and let Mark Reinhardt in. Gap seems to have stabilised again once more. Ollie took a little bit of a step forward. It's not that comfortable though for Michael Lawski. Looked like he was going to have a fairly simple weekend after he TQ'd the first 2 rounds. And then everybody else took their turn. They're past some traffic of, I think that was Thomas Liptak. Thomas making his first European A final this weekend. Gap has increased slightly again. 5 minutes remaining. 3 minutes down. Michael Lawski, all white car off the end of the main straight. Running with him out in front. Ollie Payne is about 1 second back. So Michael Lawski starting to look fairly comfortable, just locking it off, reeling out the laps, pumping them through. He's just going to want to give himself a little bit of a buffer, so when he catches and passes traffic, Ollie is not immediately on him. Mark Reinhard seems to have not completely given up the chase, but he's circulating in third. He's not really closing in on Ollie at the moment. Quickest lap last time around was Michael Lawski with a 10.3. In fact, Ollie Payne's just done a 10.9. So Ollie going to start trying to charge back. There is the length of the main straight between them, though. Still with the all-white coloured car of Michael Lawski. No close battles going on track at the moment. 3.5 minutes of the run remaining. Front three fairly equidistantly spaced from one another. Michael Lawski looking pretty comfortable. This would be the sort of first final that it's kind of gone how we expected almost, with TQ Man just not running and hiding, but getting away at the start and just pulling away. So doing everything he needs to. He's definitely gapped Ollie Payne now. Michael Lawski with 3 minutes left has got the gap up to like 2.5 seconds between him and Ollie Payne. Gap's coming down actually, with 2 minutes 40 left between Ollie Payne and Mark Reinhard. Looks like it's just under 1 second. Let's see if we can pick up Ollie's car, the white and red coloured car. He is up at the top end of the circuit. There we go, with the number 2 car. Mark Reinhard is just sort of in the back of shot. There's one car in between them, which is a sort of minty green coloured car. I think that's Rosario Guillermo. In fact, no, that's the 9 car of Marcus Mobers. So Marcus looking forwards. In fact, he gets out of the way of Mark Reinhard. Rosario Guillermo is now in front of Ollie Payne as they come down the end of the main straight. Mark Reinhard just sat there in the back of shot. Michael Lawski has checked out at the front. He is nearly 4 seconds to the good now. So we'll stick with this battle, see if we can have anything going on for third position, or second and third. So Mark Reinhard now right with Ollie Payne as they come out onto the main straight. 1 minute 20 to go. They flick through. This is the battle for second position that we're watching. Michael Lawski has absolutely checked out at the front of this one. We're going to stick with this battle for second place. Mark Reinhard ducking, weaving all over the back of Ollie. Has a look. Doesn't quite come off. So Mark looking for this gap. Manages to, that was a great move there from Mark. Flicked it through the inside on the exit of the chicane. Completely wrong-footed Ollie. So Mark Reinhard up into second position. 1 minute to go. I don't think he's going to have the pace now to catch the lead car. In fact, Ollie looks like he's now found a little bit of pace. We've got Rosario Guillermo getting, or trying not to get involved in this battle directly in front of him. He's given them a bit of space, bit of breathing space. Michael Lawski absolutely gone at the front. We're running with the battle for second and third at the moment. Mark Reinhard's got himself up into second position. 15 seconds left. Second place looks fairly comfortable. Let's pick up Michael Lawski. He is just in the top of the circuit with the number 1 car just coming onto the main straight now. Here is our leader as he comes across the line. So Michael Lawski's made the extra lap. Michael Lawski then takes the win, the only driver to make the extra lap. Michael Lawski taking that one then from Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne. Mark probably wishing he could have got through some of that sort of battle a little bit earlier, but good to see Ollie Payne smiling as he comes down from the rostrum. But fairly dominant performance there from Michael Lawski. we'll see if we can get hold of Michael for a quick chat. I think Frank's just gone out there to try and locate him. So there we go. Michael Lawski taking that one from Mark Reinhard. Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski, our stock winner, in 4th position. Alessio Mazzio. Good run to 5th. So I think Frank is managing to get hold of Michael. Yep, he's bringing him across. So we'll get ready for a little bit of a chat. I'm just having a look now, see if we can get hold of... Okay. So he was just, ever the professional, Michael, just trying to find someone to marshal for him. So, yeah, just catching up there with Michael Lawski, saying that he had a fairly uneventful final. He was sort of keeping an eye really on where Mark Reinhard was. He felt like his car was a little bit safe at the start, and Ollie Payne had an opportunity to sort of push him at the start, and then the car just felt like it was getting better and better and better, and able to run away at the start of that one. And sort of looks like Mark's got some good pace too, but Mark taking a little bit longer than Mark would want to get past Alex and to get past Ollie.
30 seconds to start. Start order: car 1, car 2, car 3, car 4, car 5, car 6.
Yeah, apologies for the lack of sound on that interview with Macau, but we'll recap that
10,
properly as soon as we can.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Alessandro Calarese leads away at the start of this stock final and then manages to get it all wrong, and trying to see who has popped out into the lead at the moment. Just trying to keep an eye on timing. We seem to have lost the timing on the display. Trying to get that back. There we go. So third place man Gianluca Lino has picked up the lead. Car number 3, the all-white coloured car. Francesco Salva running in second position. Quite a close battle going on between these two, actually. Just going to have a bit of a recap where those two ended up last time. Alessandro Calarese won the last final from Francesco Salva. Francesco Salva, second position in this one, would do him a lot of favours. This battle for the lead going on. The all-white car of Gianluca Lino. And a bit of a coming together between the two leaders. It's a great bit of sportsmanship. Francesco Salva now hits the front though with the number 4 car. This battle that we're watching for second and third between Gianluca Lino and, in fact, there's a lap between them, I think. So Alessandro Calarese 1 lap down. Seeing if there's any close battles. Looks like Nigel Bowen and Gianfranco Di Giovanni. And in fact, they've separated now as well. So no close battles out on track at the moment. Our lead car is the number 4 car. Let's see if we can spot him. So picked up the 4 car now. This is the car of Francesco Salva. Brian Lee saying, Mark with the sweet moves in that final. Yes, absolutely. Mark Chinnery, Reinhard is such a good finals driver. Clean, great passes. Yep, that was a couple of awesome moves past 2 world-class drivers in Alex Hagberg and Ollie Payne. We're running with the lead car in this final, Francesco Salva. Francesco finishing second in the first leg. The winner, Alessandro Calarese. Currently running in 6th position in this leg. So a 1 and a 2 will be a nice position for Francesco Salva to be in. With a 1 and a 6 for the other driver. So remember, this is 3-leg finals, best 2 to count. So win the first 2 finals and you are job done. So only drivers that can win European titles in this round are going to be Jan Rathajski and Michael Lawski. Jan not having won a 112 title before. Michael Lawski, defending stock champion, although he's not defending it this year, and won modified a couple of years ago. Michael, of course, reigning world champion as well, won that title in Florida. We're still running with the number 4 car of Francesco Salva. There are 0 close battles going on out on circuit at the moment. A 9-second lead. In fact, there is a battle coming on down the main straight. Let's just pick that up. The white car, there was a battle coming down the main straight for Nigel Bowen and Gianluca Lino. But Nigel took that as a cue to spit the car into the barriers when I tried to pick him up. Francesco Salva's body shell looking a little bit crooked and second-hand and picked up at the front. 2.5 minutes left. He's got an 8-second lead though. It's going to have to affect him pretty badly for Gianluca Lino to catch up with him. Just under 2 minutes, and the more and more second-hand looking body shell of Francesco Salva. It's lifted at the front, it's tucked at the rear. That's not a nice feeling to drive when you've got a body shell like that. What's even worse is when the car starts handling better when it's like that. Just getting it around, just stroking it home. He's got a decent amount of time in his pocket. Looking like he is going to be the only driver to make the extra lap currently. Might just drop off that. So Spec E final number 2 coming towards its conclusion. Less than 1 minute to go. Seconds left for Francesco Salva to hang on, wrestle that wonky looking body shell. Tucked up nicely at the front, tucked in underneath the back at the rear. Dragging on tyres, the car will be pulling a little bit to one side, hanging on to it. Less than 10 seconds to go now. So Francesco Salva does make it through onto the extra lap and will take that one. So that is the Spec E final done. Francesco Salva taking the win there, and he took second in the first leg. So he's got a 1 and a 2 currently. That's a pretty good position to be in. Alessandro Calarese got himself back up into 3rd position at the end. So Alessandro with a 1 and a 3.
Yeah, and once again, we do apologize for the lack of audio. My fault. Hold my hands up. Sorry. They shortened the gap. I'll blame it on that. The race organizers have drastically shortened the gap between the rounds. So we're actually, that race that we just finished watching was meant to be starting in 9 minutes. So I'm not sure exactly why they shortened it. Everything seemed to be going okay. I think because they had to do a couple of track repairs. I'm not sure. Earlier in the round, in the first round. But anyway, it's but just to recap what Mikhail was saying, that he was quite happy for Mark to be making his way to second place. They are, like you're saying, very good friends, and I guess in some ways business partners. Mikhail's selling the MR33 stuff on his shop in Poland. And yeah, so he was saying he'd love to see Mark on the podium with him at the end, should it come to that.
Yeah, I think Mark now looks like he's got he's the one guy that's got the pace over 8 minutes that Michael has, but
he has to work his way through Ollie Payne and Alex Hagberg before that.
Yes, and a couple of fantastically clean passes from Mark.
Yes.
Off the end of the main straight, sort of showing people really how it's done and how to put a nice clean pass on people and take your way through. But yeah, it's just by the time he's popped out in second, Michael Lawski he's gone.
He's down the road.
He's down the road. And Mark's super experienced. Mark knows that you're not going to catch that up.
Mark's been around a little while.
Yes. So all through the bobble hat days. Talking of bobble hats, you can find the RCTV. Is there a bobble hat?
Fantastic segue. There's not a bobble hat. There is a beanie hat. At my insistence, we do offer now a beanie hat on the RCRacingTV.com web shop for your favorite RCTV gear, clothing, and whatnot. And soon there'll be some refreshed sticker sheets on there that you'll be able to order. We do try to hand out as many as we can at these events, but after the first day, we're usually empty-handed. So.
Okay, drivers going up there for
out.
the D final. Michael Laws, Tim Janssen, Jody Sherritt, who won the first leg, Freddie Parker, Mark Payne, Marco Pansera, and Mario Neri, Mr. Black.
Ah, yes. Another double-class runner, isn't he?
He is, yes. So what have we got? We've come all the way to Italy for 4 Brits to end up racing one another. And
quite a large 12-scale contingent in the UK, though.
Yes,
so
there is.
It's,
yeah.
It's good to see. No matter what anyone may comment on the track or costs of going places, stuff like that, it's still the people you see at the National Series. Hey, here we are in sunny with the sun now.
It's quite ironic that you fly a couple of 1,000 miles and end up racing with the same people that you race at the club every week. But yeah, Jody Sherritt won this one last time from Tim Janssen and Freddie Parker in 3rd position.
So one of the many finals that we've had already that have had quite a mix of someone not in the top 3 really go and take it. Well, no, he is 3rd, but you know what I mean. It's a lot of mixing up of the grid at the end of the race.
Absolutely. Jody will probably be a little bit disappointed, sort of relative to his talent level. This would probably sort of not sit with where he'd expect to be. But they're all away, and Jody gets bounced down at the start, actually, but ends up still in 3rd position. Will run with the leader of Michael Laws, that Golf livery, as he comes down the main straight for the first time. A little bit sort of wayward through the chicane. Tim Janssen in 2nd position with the all-pink coloured body. Sit with them for a little bit. Backwards off the end of the straight for Michael Laws. Already starting to drop the hammer. He's going to want to tidy it up through that chicane a little bit. That's a very fast corner. Quite wide there for Michael. Looks like he's not particularly confident in the rear end of that car. So remember, if one of the drivers who won the first leg of the final also wins this 2nd leg, they have won the final overall. So that will be the name of the game. Lead battle closing up. Small mistake there from Michael Laws. Lets Tim Janssen close in. The lead battle going on. And a mistake from Michael Laws puts his car on his roof. So Tim Janssen gladly accepts that gift. Tim Janssen from Jody Sherritt. So this is a reverse of the first leg. Tim Janssen with a nice big lead from Jody at the moment. Let's have a look. It is like 1.7 seconds in Tim's favour. So that car directly behind the pink car that we're following, that is not our second place man. So Jody has now successfully negotiated that traffic as well. We're looking at about the length of the main straight between the front two. 1.5 seconds now. Jody 0.2 faster on that lap. Let's just see if Jody can continue to edge towards Tim Janssen. Jody winning the first leg from Tim Janssen. Tim Janssen currently leading this one from Jody. That would give them a 1 and a 2 each. Leave it all to play for in the third leg. Lead pink car of Tim Janssen down the main straight. Starting to edge away from Jody, if anything. Jody making no real impression on Tim. Michael Laws has got himself back up into third position. There is some 2.7 seconds now between the lead two. It's a fairly massive gap. Small little mistake. Aren't really any close battles going on out on circuit. This the second of the sort of 7-car finals, or 6 or 7-car finals, and then we'll end up with 10-car finals for the C final, the B final, and the A final. Michael Laws and Jody Sherritt starting to get fairly close to one another. In fact, that battle for second is going on, so let's pick that up. That is up at the top end of the circuit. There we go. That is a battle for second position now. Jody Sherritt struggling a little bit. Michael Laws has a look around the outside, tries to do what Mark Reinhard did. Doesn't quite have the talent of Mark Reinhard. I'm sure Michael Laws won't mind me expressing that. He's starting to push hard. Jody puts the car on its roof. Michael Laws back up into second position. Lead car of Tim Janssen we've picked up again. The all-pink coloured car, he's made a mistake. How far back is Michael Laws? Michael Laws is 5 seconds back. So it's going to take a lot of mistakes from Tim Janssen. So just joining us here for this EFRA 112 European Championships. We are watching the Spec D final, leg number 2 at the moment. Tim Janssen leading this one from Michael Laws. Marco Pansera running in third position currently. Tim Janssen finished second in the first leg to Jody Sherritt. Jody currently in fourth position though, so 1 and a 2. If Tim Janssen can bring this home, it will be very, very good for him. A nice strong position, starting second on the grid. He's got the points. He's in a good position on the grid for the finals. But it will go to the third leg. Just to work out the overall results. Welcome to you if you're just joining us here on RCTV. We're bringing you live coverage, uninterrupted all day of finals day of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Messina on the northeastern coast of sunny Sicily. I'd like to thank the event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Michael Laws now showing out in front. Tim Janssen, has Tim Janssen missed a lap somewhere? Tim Janssen just seems to have lost a lap. He's dropped down the order. So Michael Laws showing as leading. But Tim Janssen still lapping fairly fast, and I don't think I've seen him go off. Certainly not enough to lose a lap. It could have been, but I didn't see it on screen. We've been following him. We'll stick with him. But Michael Laws currently showing as the leader. Not seen anything. 40 seconds left. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of correction to the results. It looks like pretty much exactly a lap that Tim Janssen's lost somewhere out there. .20 seconds left. So just going to roll this one home. Running with the all pink coloured car, less than 10 seconds to go. So Michael Laws showing as the winner, though I've got a feeling Tim Janssen might have missed a lap out there somewhere and would be expecting to have won that one, maybe. Don't know, just waiting to find out. So we're showing Michael Laws as the winner, Marco Pansera second, Jody Sherritt in third position, but we'll see if there are any corrections to come to that one. Got a feeling Tim Janssen might have missed a lap somewhere. Of course, technically that's the driver's responsibility with transponder. Yeah, Tim Janssen corrected there, moving up to the top. So thought that was the case. Tim Janssen taking that one from Jody Sherritt showing in second position. So I think he'd been missed a lap there somewhere as well. Bit of correcting going on with the times.
Ben on our moving camera is telling us that the pink car crashed near the end of the just before the timing loop, so it's possible there's a if he crashed,
when he got Marsh, he ended up the other side of the timing loop. I didn't see him lose. I saw that when he crashed, but I didn't see. So what happened was he ended up the other side of the loop. So that he didn't lose a lap as such. He just ended up having skipped the loop. Right, got the C final coming up next. Which is going to be Jan Dietmar, Stefan Huyss, Alex D'Angelo, Dan Bancroft, Tim Pansters, Mark Jordan, Tom Adams, Alex Seiter, Andy Thompson, and Ole Thomas Bryn. Remind ourselves what happened last time. Alex D'Angelo took the win from Dan Bancroft and Alex Seiter. Alex D'Angelo starting third, Dan Bancroft starting fourth, Alex Seiter starting eighth on this one. So these are the guys that we're looking out for. Just waiting for drivers to be released out onto the circuit. Sunlight has completely gone off the circuit now, no longer shining in through the side windows of the centre. Hearing some small delay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. They're not doing any track repairs. There are a lot of the locals coming, lots of unfamiliar faces that we haven't seen over the weekend yet. So they've all locals have must have heard somehow that something's happening at the leisure centre.
Yep. So cars being released out onto circuits.
It's always good to see some people who aren't normally exposed to the faster guys.
Yes, absolutely, and a lot of, well, fans requesting selfies with some drivers in the pits as well.
Yeah.
We were hearing. It's quite interesting, quite amusing.
Sorry. What you need? Sorry? Sorry? I don't know. We're only interviewing the A final winners. Yeah. We interview the A final. I don't know. Maybe over there. Maybe over there.
So timing still not updated completely from. I think they're just trying to sort the what exactly went on there with the laps that they're trying to correct and put right. See, Michael Law's also questioning sort of where he's ended up. So Michael Law's having had his questions answered. Here we go. So Jan Dietmar going to lead this one away. Spec C final, leg number 2. Jan Dietmar, the white and green coloured car. Stefan Huyss, the green and white coloured car. Jan Dietmar gets away quite nicely at the front. Dan Bancroft manages to pop out in front. Well, we've got a huge lead and then a bit of a kerfuffle going on behind. Jan Dietmar leading this one pretty comfortably. I'm pretty sure Stefan Huyss isn't in second position. I think Tim Pansters has popped out in second place, but massive, massive lead for Jan Dietmar. This battle we're watching between Tim Pansters and Mark Jordan for second and third. They're car 5 and car 6. They sort of came through the clash of Lexon at the first corner, popped out in second and third. So good start for Mark Jordan. He is the sort of slightly yellow-fronted car. Tim Pansters is the minty green coloured car with the yellow wheels on it. So this battle for second we're watching, we just saw out of the front of shot Jan Dietmar out onto the main straight, so he's got a fairly huge lead. Some 2.8 seconds, this is the battle for second position we're watching. They'd kind of do quite well to work together with Mark Jordan and Tim Pansters, try and close down the leader. Kind of looks like they've had that idea a little bit. This is where, you know, being second and third, it's not going to do either of them any favours. But if they start battling, they're going to slow each other up. So they're just going to try and drive themselves forward. The 8 car of Alex Seiter, third place finisher in the first leg. Sounds like his spur gear has just let go. Mark Jordan up into second position now. Got himself in front of Tim Pansters. Jan Dietmar leading with the number 1 car. Mark Jordan's popped his way through. We're running with him the yellow front, green rear car. He is in second position, and I think we've just had a mistake from, was that a mistake from the leader? I think it was Jan Dietmar. So let's just see. No, that was the second place car, so Jan Dietmar still leading. There's 2 green and white cars out there. They started first and second. Jan Dietmar still leading this one from Mark Jordan by, looks like about 4 seconds now. So, yeah, it's an absolutely huge lead for Jan Dietmar. Mark Jordan from 6th on the grid, popped out in 2nd position. Neither Jan Dietmar nor Mark Jordan sort of featured at the pointy end of the first leg. Alex D'Angelo did. He is currently running in 3rd position. Seeing if there's any close battles going on. Nothing massively close. So we'll continue to run with Mark Jordan. In fact, no, what's that battle just going on between some of the green cars? Let's have a look. That is Andy Thompson and Stefan Huyss. No, that's not Andy Thompson. Andy Thompson is... There are no close battles going on out on circuit at the moment. Everybody is like 3 or 4 seconds apart from one another. Any that look close are just a lap down. Let's pick up the one car of the leader, Jan Dietmar. We've got him on screen. White front, green rear as he heads out towards the main straight. Navigates the chicane under the driver's rostrum. Through the carousel, 3 minutes of this final remaining. Jan Dietmar and Mark Jordan running 1-2 at the moment. They were sat further down the order after the first leg. In fact, I don't think Jan finished the first leg of the final. Jan Dietmar still looking pretty comfortable out in front on this one. Leading by about 3 seconds. Mark Jordan taking a tiny bit of time out of him. So Jan starting to pick his way through traffic. Just over 2 minutes left. Jan still got that couple of seconds in his pocket over Mark Jordan. Alex D'Angelo has caught Mark Jordan, actually. So there is a battle for 2nd place going on. That's just coming out onto the main straight. Let's pick that up. Just here we go through the top of the circuit. That is Mark Jordan looking a little bit wayward, and Alex D'Angelo. Alex with the first leg win. He could do with picking up 2nd position, and tries to dive through on the exit of the chicane. Makes it all the way through. Is that a breakage for Mark Jordan? That would be really unfortunate for Mark. We'll run with the white car of Alex D'Angelo, though, in 2nd position now. Is Mark Jordan going to start dropping down the order? And we've got the leader. The leader's off. So is that going to be a change for the lead? Alex D'Angelo has popped out in the lead. So Jan Dietmar parked it in against the barrier through the chicane under race control. So we've now got the 3 car of Alex D'Angelo, I believe, should show up as the lead car through. And Alex D'Angelo is now leading this one. So having looked out of it, Alex D'Angelo, who won the first leg, could be about to win leg number 2 as well. Let's stick with 30 seconds to go. Alex D'Angelo, this all-white coloured car, he's got a bit of a body tuck, but he won the first leg of the final. He'll just want to bring this home. Looking pretty decent car now, pulling itself with that body tuck. 15 seconds left. He'll know that there's not an awful lot of time left. He wants to get past that traffic. That gets out of his way. Alex D'Angelo looking like he's going to take this from Jan Dietmar. It's all gone wrong for Jan Dietmar. Alex D'Angelo, though, takes the leg and takes the final overall. So Alex D'Angelo has taken the win in that second leg. Has won both legs of that that final so far.
David Ungar will be very happy for him.
Yes, absolutely. So from third on the grid as well. So it's not a conventional run and hide. What do we have next? We have got the B final. Going to be coming next for the Spec. Then the second leg of the A. See Mark Payne stalking across the screen there. And commiserating with Andy Thompson. B final just about to get set. So B finalists: Finley Whitelock, Morgan Williams, Niels de Gruyter, Christian Geer, Werner Spanbruckner, Alexander Anderson, Lucas Larson, Andreas Bryn, Stuart Cartwright, and Lucas Neiderer. Just remind ourselves from the first leg, Niels de Gruyter taking the first leg win from Morgan Williams, and Andreas Bryn getting third from 8th on the grid. So Niels de Gruyter, the one that can wrap this up. Again, just waiting for everybody to be released. There's kind of just a little bit of a gap. Drivers queued, waiting to be sent up on the driver's rostrum.
I think they shortened the gap considerably between the two rounds so that they can have gaps like this, where they're just arranging the marshals and making sure that there's full coverage of the marshals. And
yeah, and
so you see a lot of pointing and explaining and stuff like that.
A lot of gesticulating going on. Here we go, drivers heading up onto the rostrum. Cars being placed down on the circuit. Michael Bird placing down the car of Morgan Williams. Morgan finishing second in that first leg. Niels de Gruyter taking the win, but Finley Whitelock will lead away with the all-orange coloured car. Finley pretty unlucky not to make the main. Looked like he had the pace in the car to do so. Just getting set for this B final here at the Paradise RC Arena. Cars just forming up on the grid. Sunlight completely gone from the circuit now. That's one less thing for the drivers to worry about. Finley Whitelock leads away from Morgan Williams into the first turn. Finley's going to be looking to make a break for it, get himself out in front of that one. Niels de Grijs has got away well in third position. Niels taking the leg 1 win. Morgan running in second, reprising the position that he took in the first leg 2. So battle for second position going on at the moment between Niels de Grijs and Morgan Williams. Leader out down the main straight, that's Finley Whitelock, the all-orange coloured car. Second position, let's run with him, the white and blue coloured car of Morgan Williams. Morgan trying to catch Finley and fend off Niels behind him. So much, much cleaner at the start of this one. Finley just starting to make a break for it, but this battle for second place hotting up now. Niels de Grijs trying to find his way through on Morgan Williams, getting checked up a little bit. That's letting Finley Whitelock escape out in front. Niels with the all-white coloured car, clambering all over the back of Morgan Williams' car. Backs it in off the end of the straight, does Niels. A little bit sideways. They're starting to navigate their way through traffic. Stu Cartwright diving out of the way of the cars in front of him. Finley Whitelock, the all-orange coloured car. Morgan Williams, the white and blue coloured car. Let's run with Morgan as he tries to chase down Finley. It also allows us to keep an eye on where Niels de Grijs is as well. So this our second place car. The orange car just out the front of shot is the leader. Mistake for Niels de Grijs, just out of the back of shot there. So it's still Whitelock from Williams from de Grijs. 2 minutes of this race down. Morgan starting to come back towards Finley. Hopping over the curbs. Just oscillating as they go down the straight. We've got a great picture of Morgan's car on the EFRA Facebook page, showing all 4 wheels off the ground at one point as he turned in. But the looking like a battle between these two Brits out in front. Finley Whitelock from Morgan Williams. Gap between them was about 0.6 of a second last time round. Still around 0.6 of a second. Finley just trying to edge away from Morgan. Slightly deep off the end of the main straight there from Morgan. That's going to make it a little bit more comfortable for Finley. Push the gap up to around 0.8 of a second. Better exit off the end of the main straight from Morgan that time. Gap is still around 0.8. Well, it's nearer 0.7. But ebbing and flowing between these two. Finley just seems to have got a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a rhythm. He's passing the car, or catching to pass the car of Lucas Larsson. Morgan Williams keeping a watching brief. Morgan finishing second in the first leg. Morgan running second in this leg. It was Niels de Grijs who won the first leg. He is currently running third. So we're going to have a 1 and a 3 playing a 2 and a 2 if it continues and finishes like this. Still running with the car of Morgan Williams as he tries to chase down the car of Finley Whitelock. About 0.9 of a second now the gap between the white and blue car of Morgan Williams we're following and the all-orange coloured car of Finley Whitelock. So they're starting to navigate traffic. That would have caught Finley's attention. One of the cars crashes in front of him. Morgan still mired in traffic. He's made his way through now, popped out in front of Lucas Larsson. So 0 cars between them. Morgan actually looks like he's closed up very slightly through that sequence of traffic. It's still 0.8 though, the gap. Oh, looks like it's it's much, much closer this lap. So gap around 0.6 now. Slightly slower lap from Morgan that time. But this lead battle going on, less than 3 minutes to go. Not really exploded into life. Morgan hasn't really been able to quite get there to catch Finley. Coming up to more traffic again. Morgan's going to sniff that as an opportunity. He looks a little bit closer this lap. Turns in off the end of the main straight. Doesn't quite hang on to the tail end of the car. What's the gap now? Still around half a second. Morgan looking like he's got a tiny bit more pace over a single lap. Morgan Williams chasing Finley Whitelock off the end of the main straight. Stu Cartwright does the sensible thing, having spun backwards off the straight. He just waits before picking up the throttle. Allows the two leaders through. This is like a high-speed game of chess we're watching here. Morgan not quite being able to get up to the back of Finley. A little bit of a bobble there over the curb for Morgan. Finley running the all orange coloured car, Morgan running the white and blue coloured car. Just over a minute and a half left. Still raging this battle at the front. Half a second between them. Morgan now struggling a little bit for traction off the corner. See if Finley can take advantage of that. Morgan looking a little bit scruffy. Bit deep off the end of the main straight though for Finley. They're equally as bad as one another. Slow laps for the pair of them. Down the main straight once more. Finley Whitelock, the all orange coloured car from Morgan Williams. The white and blue coloured car. Still only around half a second between them. There's some traffic of, looks like Christian Gear in between the pair of them. Christian dives out of the way. What do we got? 45 seconds left. I'm not sure they're going to catch any other traffic unless there's a mistake. Still looking at Morgan Williams in second place, trying to chase the orange car in front of him of Finley Whitelock. 30 seconds left to go now. In fact, Lucas Larsson's going to appear large in their mirrors. Finley has caught him, got out of the way. Morgan noses it into the barrier, saw an opportunity and dived for it. So with 20 seconds to go, I think that's going to give him enough of a gap. Niels de Grijzer's somewhere in the background on this one as well. It's just coming down the main straight, Finley Whitelock. He's made it through for the extra lap. Morgan Williams makes a mistake and allows Niels de Grijzer up into second position. So Finley Whitelock is going to take this one. Niels de Grijzer finishes in second place from Morgan Williams. So on the last lap, Morgan drops from second position down into third. That's a win, though, for Finley Whitelock. Lee Palmer asking, why is the grid line astern? That's just the way that the organisers have set it out. A final coming up next. So we'll be recording this one. Spec A final. Just getting gathered, getting everybody into position. There's Finley Whitelock being congratulated by his fellow drivers. So I'm not sure if we're going to have announcements actually for the drivers for this one. So yep, drivers are going to be called up there and have their sponsor, have their moments to name their sponsors. So not everybody passed through tech yet by the looks of things. Slight gap whilst they get this sorted. Scotty Ernst joining us, saying hello everyone. Hello Scotty. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for this EFRA 112th Euros 2024. We're getting set for Spec A final number 2. Like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXF Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. We're going to have Simon Lauter starting from pole position, Ollie Payne, Jan Rathajski, Max Mackler, Lewis Parker, Christian Donath, Stefan Schultz, Mark Stiles, Michael Bolt, and Marcus Andreasen. Drivers being set to be called up for the Spec A final. Scotty Ernst asking, is the Mod A after this Spec A? No, they're going to run the lower mod mains first, Scotty. So we've got the Spec A coming up, and then we have got the LC Racing class. We'll sort of briefly drop off microphone for that. Just give us an opportunity to catch up with a few of the stories that are going on out there whilst that's running. And then we'll be into the lower mod mains. Then we have the modified A main. So quick recap, what happened last time out. Well, Simon Lauter looked like he'd kind of got away. Ollie Payne gave chase at the start. Ollie and Jan had a bit of door banging, and Ollie ended up with a body tuck. Sort of dropped down the field. Simon had a massive lead and then made a bit of a mistake. Jan didn't even realise actually that he'd ended up in the lead, and Jan won the first leg of the final. So not necessarily something that we'd expected. Jan's third on the grid. He's been quick. He's been competitive all weekend, but Ollie Payne and Simon Lauter have looked half a step ahead of everybody else. So we're just getting Nicola Moroni announcing all of the drivers. Scotty asking who won Mod A1. Michael Lawski won Mod A1 from Mark Reinhard. Again, Michael and Mark look like they're probably half a tenth ahead of everybody else, Scotty. And Mark is starting fourth on the grid, though. Sort of had 2 round wins, but didn't have anything further to back that up. It took him a little bit too much time to get past Alex Hagberg and Ollie Payne. Once he popped out in second position, Michael had way too much of a gap. So that's the story so far. Michael Bolt being called up onto the rostrum. So just seeing Marcus Andreasen going up there, the X-ray driver, automatics of Michael Bolt, heading up onto the driver's rostrum. Next up, we will have Mark Stiles, another UK driver, another automatics driver. Mark finishing second at the Worlds in Florida. Who have we got going up next? It will be Stefan Schultz, the X-ray driver. So Stefan being called up there. Stefan, not known as a 12th scale driver. Being sent up on the track, or onto the driver's rostrum. Shaking the hands of Mark Stiles, Michael Bolt, Marcus Andreasen. So very German versus Brit final, with Marcus Andreasen the only interloper Swedish driver out there. Christian Donath being called up next. So Christian Donath, Automatics driver, taking the rostrum. So Christian Donath heading up there onto the driver's rostrum. Christian running 2 classes this weekend. Made the A main in stock and the B main for modified. Dominic Vogel heading out there with his car, placing it down on circuit. Lewis Parker, Schumacher driver, being called up next. Finished 3rd in Spec last year in the UK. Next up, we have Max Mackler, world champion. Won his title in Florida in December from Mark Stiles. Max, very obviously driving Automatics. So be happy with this debut for the new car this weekend. There's 5 cars, 5 of these new cars making the main. Jan Rathajski, German X-ray driver, coming next. Jan winning leg number 1. And a little bit surprised himself. Ollie Payne, Schumacher driver. Next up on the rostrum, Ollie winning the stock title back in 2018. Back in Limburg. So we'll be looking to seal that title again. And Automatics driver Simon Lauter heading up onto the driver's rostrum. Simon Lauter being called up. Brave choice of a white hoodie for Simon. Very, very brave for 1/12 scale. So Simon Lauter gets called up onto the rostrum. Only his 4th 1/12 scale race. So everybody taking a step forward. Simon Lauter going to lead this final away from Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski going to start 3rd. Jan having won the first leg. So, welcome to you if you are just joining us here for this Spec A final number 2 on RCTV. Joining us for these EFRA European Championships for 2024. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Cars being placed on the grid. You see Andy Murray at the bottom of shot there, fettling the rear end of Ollie Payne. Everybody getting set. Simon Lauter leading away from Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski hangs on to third position. Let's stick with this battle out in front. Ollie looked pretty quick, pretty racy at the start of the last one. Simon will be ruining that mistake he made when he looked like he had it in his hands. Jan Rathajski, the only driver that can win this one overall. Ollie having a look down the inside of Simon Lauter off the end of the main straight. Ollie looking like he can drive a little bit tighter. He's got some pretty epic drive off the corner. So Ollie clambering all over the back of Simon as they come down the main straight one more time. Looks towards the inside. Hasn't found a gap yet. Simon keeping it tight, just parking it on the apex. Jan starting to pull away from the fourth place car of Mark Reinhard, but we are watching this lead battle, Simon Lauter versus Ollie Payne, as they come out onto the main straight. Fantastic display of skill. Simon keeping it clean, keeping it tight. Just looking like he wants to get himself settled into the run. Simon looking like he had a little bit better pace later on in the run. Ollie starting out well. So gap just very, very slightly increasing now. And Ollie pitches it in off the end of the main straight. Looking at lap times, best time a 10.978 for Simon. Ollie right with him though as they come off the end of the main straight one more time. Jan Rathajski's just keeping a watching brief. So Simon Lauter with a faster lap so far, but Ollie Payne right with him. Ollie keeps on ducking to the inside at the end of the main straight. Problem is, if you send it down the inside there, you end up making yourself overly deep into the chicane. It ends up having to be a block pass. Front three pretty much together now. Jan Rathajski has caught up to the back end of Ollie. Ollie has a look to the inside again, but he can't really do anything because Jan's there. Remember, Jan the only one that can win this overall in this leg. Simon still leading this one, the white and sort of darker burgundy red coloured car. Ollie's car white with a slightly brighter white centre on it. Just watching these three, they're closing on the rear of Stefan Schultz. Ollie seems to have very slightly broken away from Jan Rathajski. Will allow him some pressure, and Stefan gets himself out the way in spectacular fashion. Just pushing. Now we're watching Simon Lauter leading this one from Ollie Payne as they come out onto the main straight. Marcus Andreasen doing donuts for the crowd. Ollie Payne gets it very slightly wrong through that chicane. Is that the break that Simon Lauter needs just to start getting away? He was having to be a little bit defensive. Let's see, he looked smoother off the end of the main straight there. So Simon Lauter now leading this one by around 1 second from Ollie Payne. We are just over 3 minutes, 20 seconds into this run. Simon Lauter leading this one. He's got about half the length of the straight from Ollie Payne. Pace in Simon's car starting to shine through. Simon finishing third in the first leg. Jan Rathajski winning it with Stefan Schultz in second position. Stefan won't be finishing second in this one unless some huge disaster befalls them halfway through the run. And we have got the lead car of Simon Lauter. He's catching Michael Bolt, who dives out the way. Christian Donath is next. Christian Donath and Mark Stiles. And Mark gets out of the way. Christian rather sort of cheekily dives his way through. So now there's 3 cars of traffic between the 2 leaders. Simon Lauter, we're running with him. He's directly in front of the green car. Michael Bolt's got out of Ollie Payne's way. So Mark Stiles is going to be the next one that Ollie Payne catches. He's not quite with him yet. Simon's just extended that gap very slightly. Chase Mackman saying Mark Stiles having a good race. Yeah, but we're focusing on the battle at the front. So we're looking at Simon Lauter leading this one with Christian Donath between him and Ollie Payne. 3 minutes of this final remaining. So Ollie makes his way past Christian Donath. So front two are away and clear of traffic. Jan Rathajski still running in third position. So Ollie is now still around that 1 second behind Simon Lauter. We're running with Simon as he comes down the main straight once more. It's about 2/3 of the length of the straight, the difference between the two of them. Simon looks like he's just extended very slightly on this lap. Still running with Simon Lauter. About 2 minutes remaining. This was about the point last time round where Simon went off. Max Mackler on track in front of him. Max gets well out of the way. He does not want to be responsible for firing Simon into the weeds. Simon backs in off the end of the main straight, as does Ollie. Ollie's car looking a little bit more hesitant to turn at this stage in the run. Simon with 1 minute 40 to go. He's got his gap up to around 2 seconds now. Lewis Parker up into third. He's pulled a good move on Jan Rathajski. We're still watching this battle for the lead. It's not really a battle now. We've got Simon Lauter has kind of broken the spirit, broken the will of Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne's made his way past Max Mackler. But just coming into the final minute, Simon has extended the gap again. Lewis Parker has made a mistake, let Rathajski back into third position. So let's pick up the lead car, car number 1. He is just coming past us now. .30 seconds left for Simon Lauter from Ollie Payne, from Jan Rathajski. This is kind of more how we expected this final to go. Simon Lauter, 20 seconds left. He's got his gap up to just over 3 seconds now. So that strong pace, we saw this at the end of qualifying yesterday. Simon Lauter now sort of mired in traffic, but just needs to keep it rolling, bring it home. Marcus Andreasen gets out of the way. They bring it across the line, so Simon Lauter on the tail of Mark Stiles. Simon Lauter takes leg number 2. It breathes a sigh of relief. So as they come off the rostrum, so shake of hands there from them. Simon will try and catch up with him. He looks a bit bemused, a bit befuddled, but he doesn't need to. He won. There we go, Simon Lauter getting that in the end and just making the extra lap as well from Ollie Payne. Jan Rathajski in third position. So Simon with a first and a third, and Jan with a first and a third as well. Looking at the overalls for that one. So let's just check what that's done for the overall results in Spec. In fact, Max Mackler finished third, didn't he, in the first leg. Simon ended up 6th, so we're still going to see Jan showing as the overall leader. It's a little bit of a change going on. The LC class just getting set to go, so we're going to go off mic and lock off the camera briefly whilst the LC class runs. We'll try and catch up with Simon for a quick chat with him and get his thoughts on the outcome of that final.
Marshall, please. Marshall, please.
Okay, so with Simon Lauter, Simon, winner of leg 2 of the final, bit calmer than leg number 1?
I don't know how to say. I think A1 was a bit unlucky, or it was a mechanical error. We still don't know for sure, but I take responsibility for this. That's how racing is sometimes. I just try to do my best now, and there's one more to go, so we will see.
Okay, look quite close. Ollie was putting you under quite a lot of pressure at the start. It took probably a couple of minutes. You got a bit of maybe a better run through the traffic, got a little bit of a gap up, and then sort of started edging away from that point.
Yeah, it's not like this is unexpected. That Ollie is fast at the beginning, but I need to keep my head down. Don't do mistakes that make it possible for him to go to the inside or whatever. And then I think end of the run, my car is still super, super good. And we will focus on this. I try to do the best I can the last probably 6 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. And the job is clear for A3. And I try to do my best as always, and then we will see.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Jan's in the mix as well. He's finished third in that leg, won the first leg as well. He looked like he was quite quick. He was sort of pressuring Ollie as well at the start of that run.
Yeah, obviously. I think it's not an easy situation because Jan has a P1. And if Ollie and myself collide, then he will go into the distance and win this thing. So, it's tricky for everyone. But, I can only repeat, my job is clear. I will do my best, and then we will see.
Okay, well, good luck for the last leg of the finals, and hope to be speaking to you again.
Thanks a lot. I hope so as well.
Just a quick catch up with Simon Lauter there at the end. The LC racing class just getting called out, so we're going to go off mic again for the next 5 minutes or so. And then we'll be back for the modified finals. 3 legs of finals, 3 heats of finals. Set to come. We got a fire in the pits as well, just being disconnected. Need a sand bucket down there. So some kind of fire going off in the pits with a battery charger. It's just gone again. They need to get the a sand bucket down there. See if they can get that put out. Looks like everybody fairly well attended down there. Hopefully no injuries. Just seeing a little bit of smoke rising. I think they've got that under some sort of control now. So, reminder of the dangers of LiPo batteries.
that seemed to be Simon's or Max or Mark's pit.
I think it's.
Ragazzi, presentiamo i piloti delle parole. Ok, partiamo con la presentazione della categoria del C, questa in italiano, guarda, in mezzo. Oppure in mezzo ci riesco benissimo, in lavorare benissimo. Devo fare uno. Ok, passiamo alla presentazione della categoria del C. Con la macchina numero 10. Lawski, sicuramente. Visto, Lawski, Salvatore! Macchina del C come GRP, Servo Savox, la carrozzeria Bliss, motore del Scotch, Novision per la batteria e Samba per la radio, Renato Corona, non so che sono in bonura, poi non so come succede, però se vuole perché no, guardate, ora qualcosa non mi dice, potrei quindi con la macchina numero 9, Rio Marco, con la macchina numero 9, Rio Marco, LCS, GRT, Power HD, Bliss, Tensox, Orion e Samba, con la macchina numero 9. Sponsor LC 95, con la macchina numero 8, sempre dalla Sicilia, ToniSport, URC, GRP, Power HD, Bliss, LCS, Bongia e Samba, sponsor IND 81, con la macchina numero 7, Muscolino Luca, URC, GRP, Power HD, Bliss 07, LCS, Bongia e Samba, sponsor Team ND 81. Con la macchina numero 6, Costanzo Salvatore, LCS, GRP, Power HD, Bliss, Tenso, Storio, Samba, sponsor LC 93 e qualcosa che non capisco. Che siamo, con la macchina numero 5, Volume Renato, VRC, GRP, Power HD, Bliss, LCS, Oreo e Stampa, sponsor Team N281. With car number 4, from Poland, Michael Delanoy, LCS, GRP, LCS, Vision, Stampa, sponsor Miracol, Hobby, Stampa, Amici altri. Con la macchina numero 3 dalla Sicilia, Gabri Alessio, LC Racing GRC Power Academy, Blitz, Ten Shop, Tsunami, Samba, sponsor Valentino Team, con la macchina numero 2 dalla Sicilia, Luci Paolo Pietro, LC, GRC, LC Power, 48, fatto dal Tensok, Samba e Tsunami, sponsor SMC Model LC95, con la macchina numero 1, da qui dietro, video d'arte, Daniel Stepic, LC Racing, GRC, Badan, Blitz, LC Racing, Orion e Samba, sponsor Stepic Model SMC Racing, LC95, per l'investimento ok ragazzi, pista aperta, un minuto via.
Sponsor Salvo Toys, Nassauina Rica, Tony Carmella, Naveri Martin, Nicola C. Salvo Toys.
Touch please. Raccoglitori, ragazzi che hanno finito di correre a raccogliere per favore.
Start order car 1, car 2, car 3,
Allineamento, allineamento per favore, allineamento, secondo straight, allineamento. Tutullo a raccogliere, ok. Moghieri a raccogliere. Lentini e Piazza a raccogliere. Lentini e Piazza a raccogliere. Bianco.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Attenzione muscolino. Sì. Attenzione comico. Punto comico.
Minutes to drive. Positioning after 2 minutes.
Attento Nicolosi
Car 1
quando arriva.
position 1. Car 2 position 2. Car 2 position 3. Car 4 position 4. Car 5 position 5. Car 6 position 6. Car 7 position 7. Car 8 position 8. Car 9 position 9. Car 10 position 10.
Attento Comico solo quando arriva. Grazie mille. Attenzione Comico, lascialo passare. Fermati, ok. Attenzione veloce, grazie mille. Attenzione, 8, grazie. Attento questo, ok, grazie. Attenzione da 8. Attento quest'altro, grazie. Anche tu, Gomes. Grazie.
Stop 5. Stop 4.
Sotto Benura, Lucidora, Comic contento Maria Marcelino, Comic Sedi, che sono Maria Lawski, potete tutti aspettare di andare.
Stop 1. Stop 3.
Okay, that's the LC Racing class done. So welcome back. Happy to report no injuries in the pits as the result of that fire that we saw down there. Giles Hodgkinson asking on the screen, has anyone considered putting a diff to help stabilise the rear of the car? I think most of the problem, Giles, is that the wheels aren't in contact with the ground, is the instability. So not sure a diff would do an awful lot to help out there. So welcome to you. If you are just joining us, we've got coming up 3 finals. We've got the modified C final. We have got the modified B final. Then the second leg of the modified A final. We will then be in for a little bit of a break, about an hour break for lunch. We'll try and catch up with the second leg winner of the modified finals as well. Michael Lawski taking the first leg win, so if Michael wins this leg, he will be the European champion for 2024, winning back the title that he took in 2022. Michael also winning the stock title in Eastbourne last year. Marcus Morris asking, when are we going to Hearts again? Well, it wouldn't be me, but I'm just... Frank's just trying to... He's having a think. He's... Okay, so Frank's saying they're going to Slough at the end of May. He'll just be joining us.
Yeah, we're doing the Slough. I'm not sure what the race is actually called, but the second May Day holiday, May Bank holiday, we're doing that. It's a 3-day race finishing on the Monday. So actually it'll be me commentating, I believe, and Nick will come in for the final day. Hertz, I'm not sure. I haven't seen a date, but I believe that the Hertz organizers have probably been in touch for their They're pretty mental 12-hour race. Very interesting. Been to the last couple. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, so I'm not sure when that race is, and I assume they've asked us to cover it again. But we'll see.
So the multicolored final that we established.
Yes.
Coming up, the C final, we have
Mr. White.
We have Mr. White, we have Mr. Brown, we have Mr. Chicken.
And Mr. Black.
Yes. So Marcello Galli sort of ruining the run of that slightly.
Yeah.
So 4-car final, then we'll be into 10 cars for the B main and the A main. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV.
Well, I haven't seen Mr. Maroney get ready, so maybe he's finished with his setup checks for Alex.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Alessandro Bianchi leads away from Marcello Galli and Mario Neri. 3 cars running out on circuit at the moment. So
Alex has brought out Marone's car, so he is going to do some testing for him again.
Yep, so last minute changes. I think last time we saw some kind of change to look like front spring preload. I think they were changing. Didn't get a chance to grill Alex on it, but that's kind of what it looked like. It was certainly wheels were removed and kingpin top screws were removed. So 4th car of Nicola joining. The front 3 are actually fairly close together. A bit of a demo drive going on as they go down the main straight. Still running 1-3-4-2. And not really a battle as such, but Alessandro Bianchi and Marcello Galli circulating pretty close to one another off the end of the main straight. So the pair of them having quite good fun out there. Let's just have a reminder.
Keeping each other honest, for sure.
Absolutely. Let's just have a reminder of the results of the first legs of the final. Just having a look at that. Alessandro Bianchi won the first leg, so another win for him would give him the overall. So doing everything he needs to at the moment. It would be, well, I mean, I guess if you win the first 2 legs, you can either choose to go out in the 3rd leg, or you can start packing and preparing for heading home.
I think they did change it at the most recent AGM that you're not allowed to run in the 3rd leg, but I'm not sure if that's applicable to all of the EFRA classes or if it's just off-road.
Okay, because obviously
they did make a change.
Kind of caused, well, there's been a few meetings where there's been some sort of controversy over people who have, I don't know, you're in 2 minds about it, because if someone's won the first 2 legs and then sits out the 3rd leg, they're kind of, you're artificially inflating the potential position of the...
Well, I think the thing that drove it was the winner of the first 2 legs, I believe, went out and blocked and crashed into the potential other podium positions.
Yeah.
In the 3rd leg. I believe that was the controversy.
Yes.
I'll try to clear that up, but yeah.
Yeah, there was I know that there was another bit of sort of controversy at an off-road meeting with
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure if it
the
applies
results
to
of
all
the second leg being protested after the third leg, when in theory someone who had won the first 2 legs sitting out the third leg but then got protested for the second leg results and having a bit of an impact on it. But Alessandro Bianchi still leading this one. And
That's the.
in fact, with the doors open, I think we're just getting the waft of that lipo just coming down. So normally quite an acrid smell. Marcello Galli hits the front then with the number 3 car. Let's just see if we've got him. I think we have. The white coloured car. There are 4 cars circulating at the moment. 3 minutes 20 left in this run. Marcello Galli leading from Alessandro Bianchi and Mario Neri. So what we were just talking about with someone winning the first 2 legs might become a little bit redundant. Three minutes remaining. Marcello Galli still leading this one. Not really any close battles going on out on circuit. They look like they've spaced themselves out fairly evenly. Will become a little bit more exciting when we get to the B final, then the A final of Spec, modified. Then we go in after the lunch break to the last round of finals. Last track action of the weekend here from the EFRA 112th European Championships in Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Quick shout out to our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Got just under 2 minutes of this modified C final remaining. Got 4 cars circulating. See Simon Lauter now discovering why you don't wear a white shirt when you sat next to a fire, because you end up with sort of slightly pockmarked clothing. Although Frank is definitely a fan of Simon Lauter's white hoodie.
I definitely am, because it does stand out. But I think if you're going to do the style thing, like with any style thing, you have to budget for it. And if you're going to wear a white puffer jacket or baseball hat or shoes, you're just going to have to replace them every now and then.
Yes.
You just have to accept it.
It's just not very conducive to, RC car racing isn't necessarily the cleanest sport, especially when you're...
Not even on-road, and especially this on-road.
Yeah, you're cutting tyres, you've got sort of greasy, slightly oily additive. Yeah, lots of foam dust kicking around. Scotty Ernst saying you should never be allowed to race the third leg if you won the first 2. Yeah, we've just had that confirmed. Certainly at the top, at the pointy end. I think down here at the maybe technically true, but more for privateer racers, they're paid to be out on track, and I think someone might turn a blind eye to that. James Eves saying glad nobody hurt with that fire. Yep, absolutely.
It was a very high fire, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, lipo fires tend to be, it catches your attention. You don't realise how much potential energy there is. But That's done, that's out the way. Marcello Galli taking that final end from Alessandro Bianchi. Only 2 drivers finishing. Retirement from Mario Neri. B final coming up next. Scotty saying, yes, lower mains it's okay, but A mains no. Yeah, I think I'd agree with you, Scotty, on that one. It's kind of privateer class drivers. It's difficult to ride it as a rule because then that encapsulates everybody, but it's a little bit the same with scrutineer, and I think someone at their first meeting, if they're a couple of grams underweight, you'd probably just tell them to stick 5 grams on the car next time out. If someone at the pointy end of the A final, they should probably know better. So a little bit of discretion required on the part of race organisers. B main for Spec being called, Spec modified, keep on doing that. B main for modified being called up. Rene Doctor, Marcus Andreasen, Christian Donath, Rene Jan, Lewis Parker, Lucas Larson, Alexander Anderson, Marco McCuney, Alessandro Brunelli, and Marco Mazzini. That's an alliterative nightmare for a bunch of those. But,
Marcus Anderson, Anders Markusson.
There's some winning Scrabble scores out there that we've got. So hopefully I haven't smashed too many of those names together. Always an interesting challenge. B finalists getting ready to head up onto the driver's rostrum.
I'll just grab Chris while he's in the area.
Looks like Chris's out there taking photos of some of the curbing that's in use. 3D printed curbing sort of in use here this weekend. And just making sure it's glued down, secured in place. Thank God Chris is wearing a belt. So Frank just having a discussion, a little bit of a chat with Chris. Cars being placed on the circuit, drivers heading up onto the rostrum. Just going to remind myself what happened in the first leg. Who do we have? Marcus Andreasen winning the first leg from Lewis Parker and Christian Donath. Marcus Andreasen starting second in this one.
Yeah, so just had a real quick chat with Chris Spoltnick, the chairman of the 12th electric section. So yes, it is basically across all of the EFRA classes at the European Championships. If you win the first 2 legs of an electric race event, you're not allowed to race at all in the third. So it's pretty cut and dry.
Fair enough. So only driver that can really affect is going to be Michael Lawski. Michael expressing his sentiment to us that although it's not very good for us, he quite likes to make things boring.
I think most racers would say that because you're just kind of out on your own, basically, and every now and then you come across someone and pass them, but you're not really fighting the entire time.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, probably looking at how the weekend's gone, I think the driver that's closest to Michael in pace, Mark Reinhard, starting 4th on the grid.
And now needing a new charger and batteries, probably.
Well, yes, quite possibly.
Car 3, Car 4, Car 5, Car 6, Car 7, Car 8, Car 9, Car 10. 10, 9, 8.
Rene Doctor set to lead away then, this white car at the front. Marcus Andreasen, winner of the first leg of the B final. Away in second position, Christian Donath running in third position. Lewis Parker gets together with some traffic behind them. So we are watching Rene Doctor leading from Marcus Andreasen. Rene has pulled a little bit of a gap out in front of Marcus. He'll be quite happy with that. And in fact, Marcus, though, has had a much better exit through those chicanes out onto the main straight. Christian Donath gone with him. I think we've got a retirement for car 4 of Rene Jan. Christian Donath looking pretty racy at the back of shot, that green-coloured car. He is winding on the pressure to Marcus Andreasen, but lead 3 altogether. The solid white car of Rene Doctor, the solid orange car of Marcus Andreasen, the solid green car of Christian Donath. All looking quick at different points of the circuit. Christian looks exceptionally fast out onto the main straight and through the section up by race control. In fact, Christian looks like he's got a really quick car underneath him now. Christian trying to find his way past Marcus Andreasen, gets it all kinds of wrong coming out onto the main straight though. Hops the rear tyres over the curbs, those 3D printed curbs we were talking about of the chicane. Marcus Andreasen freed up then to try and pass Rene Doctor. Marcus Andreasen, the all orange coloured car. And here comes Christian Donath again. Alessandro Brunelli was looking like he could get involved in a bit of a challenge there, but made a mistake. Rene Doctor just keeping Marcus Andreasen at arm's length. Andreasen right back on him now, though, as they catch and pass some traffic coming out onto the main straight, and Christian Donath's joined back in. Christian's got some horsepower there. That was an awesome launch onto the main straight from Christian Donath. Let's just see if he's got the same again. He was almost too close to the back of Marcus Andreasen there. So the 3 lead cars running line astern in a chain as they come out onto the main straight one more time. Bit of over-rotation there for Rene Doctor, and I think Christian Donath got into the back of Marcus Andreasen, gentlemanly backed out of it. I think that's going to put, Lucas Larsson, the blue car's joined in that lead gaggle now. So we've got the lead 4 all together on the main straight. Lucas Larsson not necessarily having the pace of the front 3, but they all got together. And he rubbed his hands together and took that. Christian Donath still looking pretty racy behind Marcus Andreasen. Marcus Andreasen wanting to run and hide, but he can't because Rene Doctor's parked right in front of him. Flow through out towards the main straight once more, and I don't think Christian Donath knew about that, but Christian Donath through that fast sweep, he went into it behind Marcus Andreasen. That it didn't look deliberate, but managed to fire it up the inside. It looked like an awesome move halfway through the race. So lead battle going on. Rene Doctor now fighting off the attentions of Christian Donath. So the all-white car followed by the all-green coloured car. Small gap between them now. Christian just dropping back very slightly. Rene Doctor still leading this one. He's led it from the start with different cars pressuring him all the way through. 3.5 minutes left. That will feel like a very, very long 3.5 minutes. Donath moves to the outside. He's ducking around, he's weaving, he's diving. trying to find his way past. Christian Donath trying to find his way past Rene Doctor. Does he? Oh, almost. Rene just parked it on the apex there. Super, super close between these two. So come out onto the main straight. This lead battle going on. Christian sizing up. I think he knows where his opportunity is going to be. It looks to be he threw that chicane off the end of the main straight. Rene Doctor runs a little bit deep coming onto the straight. Christian Donath to the outside. Doesn't quite come off. Christian climbing all over the back of Rene Doctor. 2.5 minutes left to go. Down the main straight once more. Gap's very slightly bigger than it has been. But fantastic lead battle going on here between Rene Doctor and Christian Donath. And Christian takes a pop over the curb and takes the lead. So Christian Donath now leading from Rene Doctor. Christian Donath, the all-green car down the main straight. Christian now having pulled a gap. He finished third in the first leg. So looking like a win and a third for Christian Donath, this green car we're watching, with 1.5 minutes left. He's got 1.9 seconds lead now. Battle for second about to be joined. So that's the all-white car of Rene Doctor and the orange-coloured car. Let's see if we can just pick that up. They're coming through the all-white car and the all-orange-coloured car. They're at the top end of the circuit now, just about to come out onto the main straight. Off the end of the main straight, that is the battle for second position. The 1 car and the 3 car. There we go, just heading out down the main straight now. Rene Doctor from Marcus Andreasen. Andreasen having won the first leg. 30 seconds left. Christian Donath has checked out at the front of this one, having got his way past Rene Doctor. So Christian Donath looking like he is going to take this B final leg number 2. With 15 seconds left, we are watching the battle for second position raging as they come onto the main straight. Rene Doctor in second, Marcus Andreasen in third. Marcus having won the first leg, so that would leave him tied with Christian Donath on a 1 and a 3 each. There we go, Christian Donath makes it through for the extra lap. So Christian Donath with a victory lap. Rene Doctor holds on to second place from Marcus Andreasen, so that is a 1 and a 3 each for Donath and Andreasen. Pointy end, modified A final number 2. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're going to be recording this one. So driver intros coming up first. We'll keep up with those as the drivers get called up on to the rostrum. Una Hartnan asking who won A1 of Mod. It was Michael Lawski. He won it from Mark Reinhard in second position, with Ollie Payne in third. Looks like Mark Reinhard's kind of got the pace to run with Michael Lawski, but it took him a little bit too long to get in front of Alex Hagberg and Ollie Payne. Kind of by the time he popped out in second place at about 6 minutes, it was much too late to do anything about it. Getting set for drivers' announcements. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Ready for the Mod A final number 2. We'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. We're live from the Paradise RC Arena in Messina on the northeastern coast of Sicily. So Thomas Liptak getting called up onto the rostrum, Slovakian X-Ray driver. Marcus Mober's next, the German, he's also running X-Ray. Coming up next, we have Rosario Guillermo. Not sure what chassis he's running, actually. Just see if we can catch up with what car he's putting down. Looks vaguely X-Ray like the car that he's putting down. Martin Huddy coming up next. Little doubt what chassis he's running. Of course, the Slovakian X-Ray driver, designer of the X12 24. Jan Rathajski coming next. German X-Ray driver. Jan being called up on to the driver's rostrum. There goes Jan, holding his back. He carrying some kind of injury. He's pretty ginger heading up onto the rostrum. Alessio Mazzio next up on to the rostrum. So Alessio, Italian driver, using sticks. So Alessio, believe Alex Hagberg has sorted him an X-Ray car to borrow for this weekend. Alessio, obviously a Capricorn driver, but they don't offer a 1/12 car within their range currently. Mark Reinhard being called up next, German Automatics driver, currently with singed eyebrows after a little bit of a lipo fire in the pits earlier. But, no injuries. Alex Hagberg, Swedish X-ray driver, coming next. So Ollie Payne having gone up there, the British Schumacher driver in second, and Michael Lawski, Polish Schumacher driver. Heading up onto the rostrum, Michael Lawski having taken leg number 1. So Michael looking for leg number 2. If he takes this one, then he will, as discussed earlier, say he's been quite boring and won the first 2 legs. Obviously, there being a rule in place that if you win the first 2 legs, you can't run in the 3rd leg. Just looking to get this underway. Welcome to you, just joining us for this A final, leg number 2 from the Paradise RC Arena in Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. For this EFRA 1/12th European Championships, I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage here on RCTV. So Michael Lawski will be looking to seal the deal. If he takes leg 2, he is European champion for 2024. Mark Reinhard will be looking to make some moves forward to deny him, as will Ollie Payne, as will Alex Hagberg, as will everybody in this final. But I think the story's going to be, can Mark Reinhard make his way to the front? And if he makes his way to the front, can he pop out with enough time to do something about the car of Michael Lawski? Michael running an all-white body shell. Ollie Payne, white and red race paint. Alex Hagberg, white and green race paint. White, blue and pink for Mark Reinhard. All set at the front. Michael Lawski going to lead away.
5, 4.
Orlowski leads into the first turn from Payne. The first 4 of them get away nice and cleanly. Running away clean at the start. Michael Lawski already got a bit of a gap. He acknowledged his car wasn't fantastic at the start. Came on stronger later. Ollie Payne maybe with a slightly quicker car at the start of the run. Michael Lawski in off the end of the main straight. Alex Hagberg and Ollie Payne trying to chase. There's already the car of Rosario Guillermo, or Guillermo Rosario, Rosario Guillermo. In between them, he dives out of the way of Ollie Payne. Michael Lawski, though, has already made a break for it. Good battle for 3rd place going on. Let's see if we can pick that up. That is Alex Hagberg versus Mark Reinhard. These 2 titans of the sport fighting each other at the moment. Michael Lawski is away slightly at the front. We're just going to see where Mark Reinhard can pop out. Mark looking like he's the one with the best pace to challenge Michael Lawski. But Michael wanting to make that academic. He looks like he is making a break for it. He is running and hiding. Alex Hagberg closing in on the back of Ollie Payne. So these three, Payne, Hagberg, Reinhard, all battling over the podium spots. The length of the main straightaway is Michael Lawski, Alex Hagberg having a look around the outside, back to the inside of Ollie Payne. Out down the main straight, Hagberg dives to the inside, and small mistake there from Payne. That allows a position change. So small mistake from Ollie Payne there. In too deep off the end of the main straight. That's Alex Hagberg into second, Mark Reinhard into third. That was earlier than it happened last time. Let's just see what they can do. But gap is currently pretty big. We've got, let's just have a look, 5.5 minutes left. We've got like 3-second lead currently for Michael Lawski. So already that's a pretty tall order for either Alex Hagberg or Mark Reinhard. Those two trying to edge away. We're watching this battle at the moment for second position. They're trying to edge away from Ollie Payne in fourth. Lawski still leading away, and Hagberg makes a very small mistake. Reinhard, all kinds of checked up, trying to get that car hauled up and stopped so as not to cream into the back of Alex. He's better off the exit of that chicane. But Mark, acutely aware that Michael Lawski is running away at the front. Small little curb hop there for Alex Hagberg. Allows Reinhard to close in very slightly. This is the battle for second and third position we're watching at the moment. Michael Lawski pulling away at the front of shot now, some 3.5 seconds in front. Ollie Payne has definitely dropped off the pace. Alessio Mazzio has got himself up into fourth. Hagberg and Reinhard running in second and third position. That's the battle we're watching off the end of the main straight. Reinhard is back with Hagberg. Looking like he can turn tighter on the exit of the corner. Out down the main straight once more. Hauls it up on the brakes. Reinhard clambering all over the back of Hagberg now. So huge lead for Michael Lawski. We're over half distance now. Michael well on his way to winning back the European title. He took a couple of years ago. Hagberg seems to have gapped Reinhard very, very slightly. But this battle for second, the closest one coming on. Reinhard's car bucking and weaving down the straight. It's a small mistake from Mark there. It's given a little bit of breathing room to Alex Hagberg. It's like a second between them now. Michael Lawski at 2.7 seconds to the good. So gap has just been building and building for Michael Lawski. 3 minutes between Michael and the European title for 2024. He'll be wanting to seal the deal. This would be the title to go along with his World Championship, won back in December. We're running with Michael Lawski on screen at the moment, the all-white coloured car. 2.5 minutes left. He has just lapped his teammate, Ollie Payne. It's going to be painful for Ollie. Michael Lawski, though, cruising away at the front of the field. His gap over Alex Hagberg, 2.6 seconds. So it's a little bit of a cruise for home now for Michael Lawski with just over 2 minutes left. Michael knowing what he needs to do. He's got a little bit of breathing space when he gets to traffic. He doesn't need to jump through them immediately. Hagberg hanging on to second position. from Reinhard currently. There's a little bit of a gap between them. Under 2 minutes remaining now between Michael Lawski and his second modified European title in this class. Lawski just up at the top end of the circuit, off down the main straight. He's catching and passing people. Car looking super good, super balanced, super stable. Down the main straight once more. It's like 3.5 second lead now as we head in towards the final minute. So barring any huge disasters, we're going to be seeing Michael Lawski run for home, win the European title for 2024. Make sure we catch up with him and have a chat. Just seen Jan Rathajski firing his car across the circuit in the back of shot. I think we've had a retirement from Ollie Payne as well. So Ollie all set to cheer his teammate home. Down the main straight one more time. Just coming up to 30 seconds remaining now. Huge, huge lead for Michael Lawski. Made the break at the start. Didn't give anyone a sniff. Looking super happy, super confident. He said he had a good car. He won the first 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. Didn't quite come together for him that well after that, but managed to hang on to it. Michael Lawski then comes across the line to win the European Championship for 2024. There we go, shake of the hand from Ollie Payne. Michael being congratulated on the rostrum by Javier. Jan stepping off very, very gingerly. It's a shake of the hand for, there we go, Mark Reinhard congratulating Michael Lawski. We'll try and catch him in a moment. So Michael being presented with the trophy. There we go, Chris Bultink handing Michael the trophy up on the driver's rostrum. And Alessio Mazzio and Rosario Guillermo catching him. So just coming down from the rostrum, we'll see if we can catch up with Mikkel. So gaggle of guys at the bottom of the rostrum wanting selfies with Michael. They're looking to catch up with him. Obviously taking the congratulations of a bunch of drivers. Popular driver is Michael. So Michael just having to grab his car to put into scrutineering. Ever the professional. So here comes Mikkel. Okay, so with Michael Lawski, winner of leg 2, so European champion for 2024. You said you wanted to make it boring, and you did, so congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, car was very good. It was very enjoyable to drive, and yeah, a big thank you to Andy. He worked on my car and Ollie's car and helped the whole team, and we have a very big team here, so he has been working very, very hard, and I didn't drive 12 skills since the Worlds. But I tried my best to prepare myself well for this race and build a car at home, which Andy took care of this weekend. So everything worked well. I think last year we started very strong, but then the track went away from us. But this year we were really struggling at the beginning, and then from the start of qualifying, it seemed like the track really benefits our car tires. The contact tires are working very, very good here. The traditional T-foam. So yeah, big thank you to Andy, Salton, and Milan from Hobbywing, Ollie, and the whole team here and back at the factory for all the help and support.
Okay, well, good. I mean, it's you kind of just checked out at the start of that one. The gap just kept on building and building and building. There was could you see sort of the battle going on behind you?
Yeah, I was following what was going on. Ollie was defending for a second, and I saw that Alex and Mark got by. So then I had to drive a little bit harder because I wanted to maintain the gap. And having since Alex Alex was, I guess, pushing hard and Mark as well. So I was just trying to maintain the gap to them. Don't take too many risks with traffic because I had some issues in qualifying where I was getting taken out. So just took it steady, and the car and the whole package allowed me to do that since it was so fast. So I could just cruise around and pull away.
Okay, well, well done again, and that's your title sealed. So won't be seeing you in the third leg.
Yeah, it's always nice to sit out and watch. So I hope Ollie brings it home, and off to the next race.
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
So that is those legs completed then. Into a lunch break now for us. So we'll be back on air in around an hour's time. And set for the last legs of finals. Decide the stock title, having just seen the mod finals. And title decided. We'll see you back in an hour.
Welcome back, everyone. We are returned from lunch, suitably fed and watered. A little earlier than we thought we'd be. They have moved around the schedule a bit. We thought we'd be coming back at 2 p.m. local time, but it looks like we're half an hour early, and racers are preparing to go out on the track. As you can see, first Spec Final E, the third and final round. So James is on his way back. I'll just see if I can run through
1 minute to start.
the finishing order for this category, or for these racers. So the final E was won by Alessandro Calaresi. Second place was Francesco Salva, and Nigel Bowen was third. And the second run was Francesco Salva, Gianluca Lino, and Alessandro Calaresi, with Nigel Bowen in fourth. So we'll see how this shakes out. Everyone's checked in except for Nigel Bowen and Antonio Di Bua Giancaro. But while we're waiting for the race to start, which is in about 10 seconds,
7, 6, 5,
I want to welcome you back to Sicily for the EFRA 1/12 scale European Championships, and they are off. Calaresi in the car 1, followed very closely by Nigel Bowen in that bright yellow car, going around the far end of the track down the main straight. Oh, and big hit there. A couple of the cars getting caught up, and Nigel stuck in the pipe. So now it is the car 1 and the car 3 of Calaresi and Lino going into the very tight end of the track down into the first corner. So we've got James back, and Nigel Bowen has had a nightmare start.
He's had a bit of a struggle this weekend. Dropped himself down the field. Alessandro Calaresi leading this one. He won.
He's got a previous win. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's already got a win in his pocket on that one. So we're running with him at the moment. The number 1 car. He's the sort of. Well, looking at the colour scheme, it's what is it? There's bits of yellow, bits of orange, bits of black, bits of white. It's a smorgasbord of colours. He heads down the main straight. So in with us for all of the finals this afternoon. Notice we're not displaying timing on the screen. We're just working to re-establish that. Again, thank you to you. If you are just joining us here for this afternoon, here on RC Racing TV, we're bringing you live coverage of this EFRA 1/12 Euros. This is the Spec E final currently running. We're watching the lead car of Alessandro Calaresi, leading after a couple of minutes. So if you want to interact with us, join us on the feed and have a bit of a chat with us, please feel free to do so. Give us an idea of what's going on. So what have we got coming up for you this afternoon? Well, we have the Spec E final will run all the way through to the Spec A final, leg number 3, where the title will be decided. We've had Simon Lauter winning the second leg, and it seems like it was a mechanical failure for Simon in the first leg that he alluded to. It was a collapsed wheel bearing in the front of the car, which caused him a bit of an issue in the first leg. So nothing, no driving mistake that put him off. So Simon will be looking to win that one. Jan Rathajski also having won a leg. In modified, it's not a completely dead rubber, but Michael Lawski has taken the first 2 legs, so is the European champion for 2024 in modified. Like to thank our event sponsors: ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Just seeing if we can pick up the lead car of car 1. We have him on screen at the moment. In fact, running in second place at the moment, because Gianluca Lino with the 3 car is leading. That's the all-white coloured car. So Gianluca leading this one by 2 and a bit seconds. So just over the length of the main straight. Of course, the distance on track can vary depending on the class you're running and the average lap time. Gianluca Lino leading this one. We're running with him at the moment, this all-white coloured car. As he heads out onto the main straight, down over the Ripples washboard section, watching the car bounce all the way down the straight. Just about keeping the car in check, keeping the car under control. The last track action of the weekend for these drivers. Don't believe any of these are running 2 classes. So after this, it's a back to the pits, pack everything away, tidy everything away, ready for, I was going to say a flight home, but that's only true for Nigel Bowen, I believe. All of the others in this race, Italian drivers. Doesn't mean they can't be flying somewhere else, of course. 2 minutes 20 remaining. Gianluca Lino leading this final relatively comfortably. A couple of seconds in his pocket over Alessandro Calarese. Just going to have a look and see what that will do for the overall positions. So Francesco Salva's had a win, as has Calarese. Lino has had a second. So we'd have a 1 and 2. If Gianluca Lino wins this, then I think he'll win the final overall. So the all-white coloured car of Gianluca Lino, about 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds away from sealing the deal. I'll make his trip home from the weekend a little bit sweeter. Always nice to go home having won the final. Car looking pretty good. Car looking nicely under control.